Good afternoon. 1 week today, we will be introducing our finalists in this year's Betfred World Championship at the end of our annual snooker marathon. But before then, we are due to have more twists and turns than a Line of Duty episode. I hope you watched it last night. I'm saying absolutely nothing. And today we've got some cliff-hanging contests for you with quarter-final places on the line. We got 4 matches, 4 finishes, 2 this afternoon.
A player having his best ever season, the Warrior, Kyron Wilson. And his opponent, the 2013 Crucible finalist, the Hawk, Hawkins. Twice a finalist here, hoping to go one better this season, the captain, Ali Carter. And his opponent, he's the youngest player left standing here. He is China's Zhou.
Yeah, big build-up, so big matches as well this afternoon. Both of them beautifully poised in the race for the 13 frames finishing line. The Warrior, Kyron Wilson, hanging in there against a rampant Barry Hawkins. Kyron is 2 frames behind. And in our other all-qualifier contest, Ali Carter battled back from 5-1 behind to actually take the lead last night, only for China's 21-year-old Zhou Yulong to claim the last 3 of the session and lead 9-7. Well, John Parrott and Sean Murphy have both gone through a ton of tension on days like these. Sean, you were on the Hawkins-Wilson match last night. Tell us about Kyron Wilson's resilience out there. He was 6-1 and 9-5 down and is still very much in this.
Well, we talk about momentum in matches like this, and the momentum in that game tried to shift both ways a couple of times last night. And Kyron was so unlucky. He was mounting a comeback. He had a horrendous kick on a black ball, and we said in commentary, how's that going to affect him psychologically? Well, he went out, calmed himself down, and he came back out and won the last 2 frames of the night to keep himself in the match. It was a fabulous demonstration of composure under pressure. He really did a great job.
He did, because Barry Hawkins, I mentioned the word rampant, it was in the morning, 4 centuries and an 82, top break 40 last night. Surely it's not just because he's a morning person, Joe.
Absolutely not, but it's very difficult to follow a peak performance with another one. I always say, you know, if you play against anyone who's had 3 centuries, a maximum of 90, you want to play him the day after, because he ain't going to do it 2 days on the trot. So I think you'll see a lot more than a 40 break from Barry today. OK,
now in the other match, Zhou Yulong, he has his nose in front. The Czech-suited wonder boy, only 21 years of age, an old head on those shoulders though, Sean, eh?
Yeah, and actually, I played him a few seasons ago. I can't remember where, because we have so many tournaments these days, but I played him, and I thought at the time he was the player for me that was going to come out of that pack of young Chinese players and take on Ding Junhui's supremacy in that regard. And I still think that to this day. Yeah, we've got other, maybe more talented, more exciting young players, but he, for me, has got that all-round game that you need.
Yeah, but Ali Carter still in there, definitely punching. A 2-time finalist, of course, but even they succumb to the pressure sometimes. He took the lead last night at 7-6, but a funny incident along the way, John.
Yeah, he needed 2 snookers in 1 frame on the colours, got both of them, potted all the colours in the black, put his cue on the table and went off. It was 65 points all. It was a respot. So I know you can have a weak bladder, but I've never seen anyone go before a respot in black with one. Anyway, he had to get down, play, and luckily enough for Ali, Zhou Yulong played a safety shot off the black and then went in off. It was a bizarre frame. Yeah,
but it's Zhou Yulong who has the advantage at the moment. Now, it is Gary Wilson who awaits the winner of this one, and we know definitively that we will have a qualifier in the semi-finals because of that. For the first time since, what, 2016, McManus and, of course, Ding Junhui coming through the qualifiers as well. What an opportunity, guys.
Absolutely. It's a life-changing opportunity for someone this week. And we talk about the strength in depth in sport, but in snooker this week, we're really seeing that. The guys coming through the qualifiers, they're very sharp, they're hungry, they want to be out here fighting for their lives. It's a great chance for somebody.
What they haven't got to do is get ahead of themselves. Easy advice, but it's worth heeding.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a possible 9 frames each to play in each of our matches this afternoon. And I know that we're definitely going to enjoy this one. The players are waiting backstage and they're waiting for the call from the man in position here. It's MC Rob Walker. All yours, Rob.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Day 10 is when we complete the lineup for the quarter-finals of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. And what a dazzling array of talent waiting backstage. One match has already produced 7 centuries. The other involves the youngest player left in the championship against a 2-time finalist. Middle Monday here at the Crucible just doesn't get any better than this. Please welcome a young man having the finest fortnight of his life here in Sheffield. From 7-6 down last night, he showed composure which belies his age to move 4 frames away from the biggest win and the biggest payday of his career so far. Bidding for a maiden Crucible quarter-final, China's Zhou Yulong. And his opponent, a player who first made the quarters in 07. 12 years later, here he is bidding for a 6th. He's done it the hard way this time and looks great value. Right from the start of the qualifiers, he has looked pumped, poised and ready for another massive run at the Crucible. 4 times a ranking event winner. His mates call him El Capitano. He's Ali Carter. On table 1, here comes a player who has made winning here a habit. He's bidding for a 7th consecutive Crucible quarter-final. With 4 centuries already in this match, it looks like he's peaking at just the right time. 3 times a ranking event winner. He is the Hawk, Barry Hawkins. And finally, the player who has twice reduced a 4-frame deficit already in this match to give himself a chance of a 4th successive quarter-final. His break of 1-3-1 in the penultimate frame last night underlines his status as one of this season's outstanding performers. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the warrior, Kyron Wilson.
So much to enjoy today. We're keeping a very close eye on events on both tables this afternoon. But for now, the Carter-Zhou match live on the red button and online. We're going to feature that contest that has so far produced 7 centuries and a clutch of half-centuries. 8th seed against the 9th. It's Wilson against Hawkins. And ready to call it, we say good afternoon to Steve Davis and John Virgo.
Thank you, Hazel. Good afternoon. And yes, this has been a match of the highest quality.
Thank you, frame
and
17.
The excitement it produced
Barry
in the second
Hawkins.
session. Well, if we get a bit more of that, as I said at the time, this could be a classic. Another day and another session, Steve. Well, imagine Barry was a little bit disappointed having a 4-frame advantage and having it reduced, but he's still in front, so he should be happy with that, you would have thought.
Yes, but it's been a very good second session for Kyron Wilson. He can be proud of himself getting back into the match.
There you go, and well, we've had a barrage of centuries. There you see. Oh, rolled it in lovely, Kenny Hall for the black. Just a little bit low. Yes, 6 centuries we've had in this match so far.
tough opening red to roll down the table. It's cuttable. He won't have much idea where the cue ball's going.
Overcut it, has he? No, it's there. Cue ball finishing under the side cushion doesn't make the next pot any easier. Nicely played.
9.
Perfect on the blue. We saw this a few times in the opening session. The break-off now is just... It's a poison chalice, isn't it? Really is.
Yeah, it's so hard to guarantee 15. Not sticking that loose red up. Ideally, you'd like that red to bounce back into the pack. Oh, unexpected.
Kyron Wilson.
Looked like he got out of the blocks very quickly there today. That's undone all of that good work.
Well, how did he miss this? So, what a let-off for Barry Hawkins, and what a chance he's been presented with here. That was very tentative. He's okay, he's got second prize.
8.
Red to the far left corner, which you didn't play for, I'm sure. No. He was up and out of it.
Barry Hawkins, 8.
That wasn't the Barry Hawkins of the first session. He's walking back to his seat when the red was halfway there. They were making this game look so easy yesterday, and I was thinking, it can't be. Looking a bit different now. Of course, final session. Winning line in sight. Place in the quarter-final. All to play for. Well, he managed to run the red into the brown. Just a containing safety.
Yeah, it was a bit more dangerous if he couldn't guarantee collision with a balk colour. So he did very well there. thin cut in the middle, it seems like he's lining up for.
Wonderful pot.
One.
And you couldn't say it was played as a shot for nothing. Feels as though he's overstretching on the yellow. Does have the blue as an alternative.
Barry Hawkins would have felt relatively comfortable walking back to his chair, thinking he'd got that safe.
3. Four.
Practiced an awful lot, Kyron, with Peter Ebden. And Peter Ebden was a shot maker, wasn't he? And this young man seems to have picked that art up. That was a
6.
tremendous opening red to the middle. You'd have to say this is a very good
7.
chance. There's 2 reds just above the black available into the left corner, but the top red also pots. So it's a good chance, this.
That's quite a stuttering movement into the ball. He's standing behind the shot and then
12.
trying to make sure he moves in directly on the line. And in doing that, he's got a few little sort of foot movements before he gets into position.
$13.
Still, as I say, got that red that's just separated from that cluster of 6. Nice pair of shoes. This red, as you can see, will also go to the middle. But he prefers to play the screw back. And now it's imperative he gets a good angle on the next colour,
20.
because there's no open reds after this one. Just looking for another 25 points. So 4 more reds needed.
$21.
Not quite. Now, can he force the cue ball round off 2 cushions and avoid the brown? It's going to be difficult to force directly into the cluster. But he may just be able to miss the brown. He can't stun into him direct. He's looking to come off the side cushion, but is the brown not in the way? It was. And where's the cue ball going to finish? Worst possible result.
26.
Yeah, catching the brown. Nearly snookered himself, but he can just hit the edge of these reds, so he's got to catch it thin enough. Don't want to catch the bump in the middle pocket.
Kyron Wilson, 26.
Excellent length, excellent line. Was back to his seat with a 33-point lead. And Barry Hawkins with a little bit to think about here.
Yeah, but back at the table, quicker than he probably thought he was going to be on both occasions.
That's the line, but he's got to get into the heart of the cluster. If he slips by them, he could leave one on. It was certainly hard enough. But he didn't hit the heart of them, and he may have left a red to the far right corner. It's tight, but I think he can just get through to the potting angle. He misses the yellow, and he has done. He's on the green. Frame winning chance. Another terrific pot.
Four.
So they see it, 37 ahead, 67 remaining. Going to need 3 of these remaining reds. And there's only 1 in the open, so needs an angle on the colour.
Five.
Not great.
Strange choice for me. Can't see a red that will pot.
Direct screw back into them, I think. Oh, well played. In a way, he was a bit lucky that
Nine.
that angle was perfectly on, but he still played the shot well.
Ten.
Nicely on the blue. This blue will put him 48 points in front with 51 remaining. So this blue and 1 more red to take the opening frame. Always been playing catch-up in this match, of course. Having lost the first 4 frames, as he did.
15.
He's done really well, and now this red to get within 1.
Sixteen.
Oh, the frame's safe now. I don't remember that foot movement being so pronounced as that.
23.
I may be wrong. Maybe something he's working on to try and get his alignment correct.
24. Thank you. 31. 32.
You want to pot all the balls if he can. He's just gone into that a little bit too deep. And that's why he's going to nestle on the yellow. He's just gone into that a little bit too deep. And that's why he's going to nestle on the yellow and not run around it. Doesn't
39.
matter, Barry won't bother coming back to the table.
Kyron Wilson, 39.
Not
and the
the
frame.
concession to referee Brendan Moore. So Kyron Wilson come back nearly complete. Just one behind now. 9-8, Barry Hawkins.
Yeah, one behind for the first time since frame one, and what an effort this has been. And there was some really clever play from Kyron in there, John.
Well, we're going to pick a couple of shots that he played in that frame, Hayes. The first one, to play the red like this is very clever indeed. Most people will be playing this and trying to drop it in dead weight, but he's played this really positively, come off 2 angles, come back, just misses the green, misses the yellow, I should say, and gets perfectly on the green. But this one, Sean, this is a cracker.
Yeah, this was a few shots later, and of course, look at the curvature on the cue ball here into the reds. Beautifully played, but that had to go right, didn't it? Because if he doesn't get the cannon, it's end of break, and the chance to take the first frame's gone.
Absolutely. 3 on the spin for Kyron Wilson now, and Barry Hawkins, who had such a commanding lead in this one, 6-1. Well, the nerves must be starting to jangle a bit now, surely.
They probably have been for a few frames. I mean, what was worrying there was he had a red in the corner up in the yellow pocket, didn't even get particularly close. He was on the walk as soon as he hit it, so at the moment he just needs to get in and get a good chance, hand on the table, something nice and easy. But you used the word momentum. It's definitely with Kyron Wilson at the moment.
Sure is. Back we go.
Thank you, frame 18. Kyron Wilson to break.
There's the red. Now in the first session of this match, Barry Hawkins, well, you'd give him this. Hello. Oh,
Foul.
well.
Well, that
Kyron
looked like
Wilson.
it went in.
Settle
Really,
down,
he's
please.
puzzled. Did it go straight in the pocket? Never did.
No. And the strange thing is, if it had kept him along the cushion and gone in the other pocket, it would have counted. Another good strike of the cue ball. He does get through it well, doesn't he? And he's opened the reds. And there's a red adjacent to the right centre, so no problem with position on the next ball.
Four. Five.
I'll tell you one thing, John. If Kyron Wilson was to turn this match around from 6-1 behind, going into the rest of the tournament, he'd feel a bit bulletproof, wouldn't he?
Couldn't agree more. Particularly the way Barry Hawkins was playing. A lot of people would have really thought they were, well, not no chance, but really up against it. And then you try too hard. But every credit. Barry, where's
10.
that form from the first session? That's what he'll be thinking. But don't rule him out yet, because he's capable. Just needs a chance, I think, just to get his hand on the table, get a 30 or 40 points and get a rhythm going. He had a chance in the first frame, but didn't make the most of it.
$11.
Up for the blue. little bit straighter would have been ideal. Just let that cue ball slip away slightly. Is there a gap?
16.
If there is, he's been fortunate. He certainly didn't play for this red. There's
70.
always a gap, and Barry would have sat there thinking, hello, has he run out of position? No.
Lost it a bit there as well. Black's a bit congested at the moment,
20.
so pink and blue are the balls he'll be working from. Well, they might have nudged that pink safe into the left corner now, I'm not sure.
$23.
It obviously does go.
$29.
33 points required. So 5 more reds needed. Straight on this red, so I can't get a perfect angle on the pink here. Tried to run through to
30.
leave the pink a little bit straighter. We'll have to play a little cannon here. Played it pretty well. Nudged the red towards the left corner. That was the intention.
36.
He was using the red to hold, but if he caught the red full, he'd knock it on to the left corner pocket. And slowly but surely, it's looking very much like a frame-winning opportunity.
$37.
Looked behind the line, didn't look happy, and I think the reason he's not happy is he's too straight on this black. I was hoping for to be low on it and maybe nudge the 2 reds above it. Can't do that now. Needs a very precise positional shot here. The red, as we look, just to the left of the pink you could play for, but you need to find that gap. Not guaranteed. Oh, and he's put side on it, and that's what caused the miss.
Kyron Wilson. 37.
Playing this right-hand side, just threw the cue ball off. Looking very lively when they're rattling the jaws on this table today.
There's plenty of rubber in the jaws these days. Nasty start for Barry Hawkins. Tough to get good position.
One.
Hit that too well, didn't he?
Play for the pink in the middle.
Yeah.
But as you said in the previous frame, Steve, I suppose you'd just be glad you're back at the table. Maybe trying to get him behind the black. Got to be careful doing off. Because he didn't really play it with a lot of conviction. That was an opportunity.
Yeah, that was a poor shot. He had enough room for manoeuvre there to get behind the black.
I think the way you saw him chalk his cue there, he wasn't happy. But he's still in this frame. That's an excellent shot. Snookered on all reds. No two-cushion escape. He'd be trying to catch whichever red. Thin. Oh, just a fraction
Foul.
out.
And miss. Kyron Wilson 4.
Well, Kyron getting up, but I don't see why. Well, he came up without his cue, so he was never going to play a shot, was he? He wasn't far away there, Barry. Problem is, if he hits it any thicker than quarter ball, he may knock it towards the left middle. And being 44 points behind, he desperately needs the next opportunity.
Foul. And a miss.
Yeah, it's tough to catch that red thin. It
Karen
would be
Wilson, 4.
easier to catch one of the reds near the pink thin. He could be having a few goes at this.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Steve, but when you played it, you played the shot, you always felt a bit more comfortable if you could put a trace aside. I think he's trying to play plain ball. But that was the problem. If you catch it quarter ball, you knock it towards the left middle, and that's exactly what he's done.
He's paid the price for that bad safety shot on the yellow.
Yeah, that was a catalyst for him being in trouble.
One.
Just overdone it. Wanted to be straight on the yellow. Looking at the blue. If he's straight on the blue, then you think that's the ball to play to get position. A little bit of pressure on it. This blue to go 54 points ahead with 67 remaining. Oh, it just shows you that little bit of added pressure.
Kyron Wilson 1.
And Barry Hawkins gets another chance. Now he's got to start taking these opportunities. Twice this frame has looked as though it was going to go the way of Kyron Wilson. What a steal this could be. What a turning point in the match.
1.
Seemed like a bit of a big bounce off the side cushion.
Four.
Not
10.
inch perfect here. A bit straighter on this red than he would like. If those two reds weren't there, he could screw back and play for the pink in the left middle. And if he could pinch a bit, you'd think he'd run round and play for the pink in the right middle, but he's playing a screw back.
11.
And for me, I could never see how he was going to get good on the pink there.
Forced to leave a red from distance.
17.
It was a poor
Hawkins,
positional shot on
70.
the pink, but as he sits down, he won't be too displeased with the outcome. He's got the snooker on both reds.
It's pretty nervy out there at the moment, understandably. Don't think Kyron really wants to be getting involved with the red on the top cushion. I mean, he could possibly play dead weight on it, but really leave it there is maybe the answer. Two cushion escape and hope to get safe. Take your punishment if you don't.
Foul. Miss. Barry Hawkins. Back.
Yeah, good call, Steve. A lot of people would be playing off two cushion just to nest on this one in the top cushion, but you could knock it on. This way, if he can get it safe, there's always that other red that's in a difficult position. So it was the same again. Once again, just a fraction
Foul.
off.
Miss.
Is it a free ball?
Barry Hawkins 4.
It's tight. I think it may well be.
Back.
Oh, it's not. I thought it was a free ball.
Yeah, Barry had a look. I think if it would have been a free ball, he may have been asking for it.
Oh. He looks to have just left this red on. So now his hope is that Barry Hawkins can't get good position on the red on the top cushion should he pot this first red.
Oh, well, would you believe it?
One.
Fluked the snooker. And now Fluke the red. He's not happy. I'll be honest with you, neither would I. Not as played. Just get this feeling at the moment, rather than being smooth as he was in the early part of the match, he's just hitting at the ball.
Well, that'll be the tension.
Six.
Oh, that was a great shot. Perhaps he was forced to play that red. No easy safety shot on. He probably didn't like it. He's got a chance now. This is a tough pink in the middle.
Well, great pot. A little bit further away from the cushion would have been better.
12. By Hawkins, 12.
Well, has he got the cover? Trying to look at the body language of Kyron, and he's got a sort of wry smile on his face. Well, it must be tight, because otherwise he'd be down playing it by now. This is his view. Well, if that view's correct, he can't pot it. He's digging in to swerve, but if he swerves and pots it, I don't see him getting good position on the green.
Two.
Is he dead straight into the left corner? So nothing to do with the cue ball.
Except dig down.
Yeah.
Well, he did dig down, and that was a wonderful shot. Just the brown needed to make the comeback complete. He's had his chances as Barry.
Nine.
He had a good run of the ball. Can't complain about the result of this frame now.
14.
And then the goals that paid well. It must have been times when Kyron Wilson thought with the run of the ball against him, he wasn't going to win that frame, but Barry Hawkins couldn't take his chances. And now we are all square, 9 apiece.
Thank you.
We are indeed, John, at a best of 7 frames for a place in the quarter-final. And it's what his play has deserved, certainly last night and today, John.
Yeah, as I say, last night when he was making his comeback, he had this enormous kick on the black right behind it, only needed it in a red. And I said in commentary at the time, this is going to be a massive test of character for him. And fair play to Kyron, he stood up last night and won the last 2 frames of the night and come out today in the same sort of vein. There have been mistakes, but it doesn't really matter, you know, it's not about that, it's just about getting to 13 before the other guy.
You can see how intense it is out there, because we saw Kyron shaking his head there with that Hawkins fluke. He's really fired up out there, John, isn't he?
Yeah, so he should be, and that's for Barry Hawkins. If I was him, I'd have got out the auditorium there. I mean, he's had a big lead in this match. He's been pegged back to 9-all. I'd have just put my cue down there, gone out, gone to the toilet, thrown a bit of water on my face and said, right, come on, he's got back to 9-9, that's happened. We start from scratch here.
Is it kind of characteristic of Barry's season? He's been kind of in and out, and as we know, one brilliant session of snooker does not a world champion make. It's the consistency through these 17 days, and he's really found that hard to come by, John.
Which is bizarre, because that's what he is. I mean, you were mentioning before we were talking about, was it 7 quarter-finals here or something?
Yeah.
You know,
bidding for a 7th, yeah.
and it's an incredible achievement to come and play that well in this place all the time. So anyway, as I say, he's just got a blanket now. Forget about it. You just mentioned it, Hayes. It's a best of 7.
Right, we go.
Well, for once, the red to the right corner has not been left covered by the green.
Barry Hawkins hasn't made a 30-plus break in the last 6 frames.
Amazing. When you consider he made 3 in the first 4, I think it was. Yeah. The scoring has dried up. And I know what John Parrott's saying, that he should go and splash a bit of water in his face. So right, we start from scratch, but there's a few mental scars out there for Barry. He's not hitting the ball as sweetly as he was. Everything fell his way to give him a chance to win that frame, and he couldn't do it. Worrying times for the Barry Hawkins supporters.
One.
He's still got an unexpected miss in him though, hasn't he? Can't believe it. Must admit, neither can I. Wasn't doing much with the cue ball. Didn't look like heavy contact. Now Barry. Another gifted chance. Nice easy starter. Well, relatively easy. But is anything easy for him at the moment?
One.
I know you laughed when I said it was easy, but when your opponent's just missing an easy ball like that and you think you're going to be sat in your seat for a while, you're just glad to be at the table with a potting chance.
Yeah, when you start to get out of form at the Crucible, you start seeing problems that are not necessarily there. Or they look magnified at the very least.
9.
But he's not being totally punished by Kyren Wilson. He's been given lots of opportunities, so somewhere down the line he's got to make one.
Yeah, and the fact Kyren has come back and squared the match, maybe he'll
60.
stop looking over his shoulder now, Barry, and look forward a bit more. I think that's what happened last night to him. He just sort of thinking, well, if I share this session,
70.
I'll have a 4-frame advantage going into the session, the 3rd session this afternoon. those thoughts are gone. It's all about now and what he can produce.
24.
We do see it a lot, especially at the World Championship, where a player sort of stalls. Momentum goes from in front,
25.
and it's only when it gets back to level terms that he restarts the engines. Another poor shot from Barry Hawkins. He's got away with it a little bit.
32.
Can't believe he was playing it that way.
And I'm not certain why he's playing this red to the middle. The other one is straight to the top.
33.
But he felt he had the perfect angle just to drop it in and get nicely on the pink. If you discount the red that's on the baulk line near the yellow, this is the last of the open reds. There you see, 30 points needed.
39.
So 4 reds, 4 blacks would do that, but he's not going to be playing for blacks. So possibly
40.
need 5 reds, and here's the chance to open them up here. Perfect on the blue.
Should favour the right-hand side of the apex red. Yeah, hit that perfectly. Although, maybe overhit it a little bit, but you got a good result with that red over the corner. If that red hadn't have gone over the
45.
corner, he may have been in trouble. That was the perfect hit. Lost the cue ball a bit.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. He'll be worried about the right middle pocket. So he decided to check it, and if that cue ball doesn't slow down,
46.
he's lost the cue ball. Not good. He was concerned that he would have been concerned, so played with a little bit of right-hand side. But if he's got a good angle on the blue, drop it in. The red next to the yellow will be available.
That was a really important ball
49.
for Barry Hawkins to play there. A character builder.
$50.
Once again, not ideal on the black. Struggling to win the frame in one visit, as is his opponent. That was better than it looked.
$56 points to lead.
57.
Red core red to regain the advantage.
58.
Nicely on the blue. So this red to go 63 points ahead with just 59
63.
remaining. And for the first time
64.
in this vital third session, taking advantage of a mistake from his opponent. Well, he's missed it.
Barry Hawkins.
Will it be costly?
64.
He'll be upset. 63 points to lead, 59 remaining. So 1 4-point snooker to tie. Careless. Always on the wide jaw.
1.
Double. He's on the black. Will he regret missing that black off the spot? Doesn't want to kiss this red. That's ruined any thought of playing that red and playing for the black.
That wasn't a very
8.
good effort. I think he should have played it with more side spin. He's lost the red. He needs the white behind the brown.
Kyron Wilson, 8.
It's nearly a brilliant snooker behind the brown, but he didn't really want that red going over the corner.
There's always a gap. And that should do it. He might have been a little bit concerned when he missed the black, but it's all right now.
Six. Barry Hawkins, 6. And the frame.
But no problem there. It was too many snookers required. So Kyron Wilson got in first, made the mistake, missing an easy brown. And maybe that might be the shot in the arm that Barry Hawkins needs. He leads 10-9.
Yes, absolutely, John, because that's his first break over 40 since about 9:30 last night in frame 12, just what he needed. And, John, we were just talking about this in here with Sean. The fact that you scale the mountain, it would appear that the only way is downhill thereafter.
Yeah, it's the strangest thing, the psychology of the scoreboard at snooker. I mean, as for Kyron Wilson, all he's been trying to do is catch up and get involved in a match. He's got to 9-9, and all of a sudden he's missed an absolute sitter of a brown. I think he played the wrong shot. He had 3 reds. If he comes down the left-hand side of the table near the black, he had to play on them. It was impossible not to be on one. Anyway, he played the wrong shot because he missed it, and then all of a sudden the psychology changed, and Barry Hawkins thinks, right, it's now time for me to go and play again. It's bizarre how it works. And it looks like it's just done that in that frame.
It is, and it's also bizarre that you guys have been in this situation a lot. You know that this happens, and yet from Kyron's point of view, it's hard to stop it happening.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Barry's got in his locker, though, is that he's so emotionally level. He doesn't take those big roller coaster highs and lows that a lot of players do. He keeps very steady. So, you know, the fact that Kyron's mounted that comeback at him won't have bothered him in the slightest. He's seen it all before. He's bidding for his 7th consecutive quarter-final here. He's a bit of a long match, you know, master. So he won't have been bothered about it. And you could just see there, that great break there just steadied the ship. And who knows where he can go from here. But he won't have been bothered about what he's seen. He's just too cool, calm and collected for that.
They are actually very well matched in some respects in terms of their temperament, aren't they? Because obviously Kyron too is a very neat, precise player. That the two of them play in a similar way, and he also has a burgeoning record here. He's gone for his 4th quarter-final in a row.
Yeah, and the reason for that is the two excellent match players. I mean, over a distance of ground like this at this championship, people who play percentage snooker do very well. Look at Mark Selby, 3 times a winner in the last 5 years. Who plays better percentage snooker than he does? So over a distance of ground, it counts. John Higgins, we know what brilliant match player he is. You know, best of 7s are no good to John Higgins. When he turns up at this place, he comes alive because he knows that over a period of ground that the better players are going to come to the fore because of the percentage snooker that they play.
OK, so what are we expecting? Barry Hawkins has suddenly begun to show a little bit more form here. Would you expect that to continue? Is he on the rise again here?
Absolutely. He will just continue. He's like an airliner in cruise mode. He'll just keep playing and operating at that level. And Kyron's got to keep chasing him. The fact that he's come from behind once doesn't, it's the race to 13. You've got to keep going. They're the challenges of these long matches. But it's those players that can keep a lid on their emotions and keep calm under pressure. You can see it out there. It's making those good decisions when you can't think straight. Sometimes you can't breathe properly. It's that makes the difference.
And for you, the fact that they are both ranked 8 and 9 in the world, Kyron actually at age 27 is the higher ranked of the two at the moment. I guess the pressure on both is roughly about equal at this point.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in them as players. They both play the correct shots. Both play to a very high standard. I mean, I looked at this and I thought this had 13-11, 13-12 written all over it.
Let's see if you're right.
break off. Covers the red to the right corner. Or does it? Has that cue ball run on a fraction too far? Just stopped in time, as far as Kyron Wilson is concerned. Needs to miss the yellow to be any good. Oh, and just feathered past it. It's all right now. Well, that's a big mistake. I'm not saying this red is easy by any means to the middle, but catching the brown, thumb in the face, unforgivable. As I say, tricky this. Looks easy from behind the pocket, I must admit. But he couldn't do too much with the cue ball. Couldn't hit it with too much pace, so closer to the cushion than he would like. Can he just drop it in dead weight and play for the red just above the black?
Kyron Wilson, 1.
I don't want to disagree with the lads in the studio, but it's different when you're in the room, perhaps, because you sort of feel it a bit more. Both players look, to me, really vulnerable at the moment.
Yep, he hit that so bad. Just about left Barry that red, but he was so tentative on the shot, wasn't he? Yeah, as you say, I mean, we're in the arena, we're seeing balls miss. We're also seeing balls hit too hard, and that one on the blue was just completely quit on the shot.
We also see a little bit more from the commentary box, because you're seeing the player in his chair when the camera's not running. You're seeing a little bit more of the body language around the table, and when they're actually not playing the shot as well.
Yeah, fair comment.
7.
We're in the heat of the action, as I hope you are at home. Because it's not all about what happens on the table, it's when they go back to the seat and the way they come back, and do they approach the table with a positive attitude.
I do agree, Barry Hawkins has got the T-shirt. He's got the experience to know what it feels like to go through a bad period of match but still be able to think positively enough to come through it.
Yes, it's putting the mistakes
10.
behind you There's nothing you can do about them. They are behind you. And he's experienced enough to know that. And he'll also be aware that his opponent is starting to miss one
11.
or two, which helps. There you go, 1,917 balls potted in the tournament for both players. For all you stat lovers.
$13.
As you can see, very straight on this red. You'd think he'd have to play for the black. He was thinking about
14.
the pink, but screwing back for the pink. Well, he could have left himself near the side cushion. Now, I presume the black's on its spot. Well, is that red just above it going to be available? So he decided to play the cannon, and it's one of those situations, if we have another look at it, he's just at the first red full in the face, and it's like hitting a brick wall.
21. Touching ball.
As it turns out, Steve, that red was available. But you can't ask the referee to try to see if it would go or not, and he didn't want to take the risk. If he had done, the red would have been on easy enough.
He didn't give it a look either, so I think he saw the angle he had, knew he'd have to go into the pack anyway. A shot later, or 2 shots later, decided to do it then. Bit unlucky how he smashed into them and didn't come out on a red though. Could have been better.
Barry Hawkins. 21.
It wasn't a good pack to go into.
Yeah, but he found that one red in the middle and it hit it full in the face. Not the easiest of safety shots, this. Sending the red back up the table as we get a dreaded mobile phone from somewhere in the arena. If they're not ringing, they're taking pictures.
These smartphones, unfortunately, need smart users.
Had to hit it that thick, needs to miss the green. Not the best length with the cue ball, but I think the position he was in, I don't think he could hit that red any thinner. The one he played. There is a red in the middle of the table that will pot, which gives him a path back to the balk end. He's usually pretty strong on these, but this match is hotting up now. Oh, but a superb pot it is. Needs a kiss on something. Didn't get one.
One.
Didn't get one. Superb pot. Just got the feeling if he hadn't kissed the brown, he'd have come in and out of baulk, so a bit unlucky.
Kyron Wilson won.
He thought he might have got a kick there on brown, I think, the way he pointed his cue. It wasn't an easy shot to guarantee getting tight behind the yellow, but judging by his reaction, he got a kick. At least he felt he got a kick.
Yeah, the cue ball seemed to stop before it ran on, in fairness to him. He's showing some emotion now, isn't he? Complete opposite characters, really, aren't they? He shows all the emotion in the world. Barry, apart from pulling his face occasionally, nothing. Well, I'm surprised he went for that.
He might show some emotion now.
I'm surprised there.
Well, if he'd have connected properly, he'd have got the cue ball back down into baulk. He was miles out with the pot, though, wasn't he? Perhaps lucky to have got that flick second time around on the red.
It was just, I thought it was an easy safety. And he might miss, and has missed a few easy pots, but these long pots, none better, and unlucky again.
I think that is the strength of his game. He hits those very aggressively. A little bit unlucky not to be on one of those balls over the middle pocket. This time you would expect him to get behind the yellow.
Kyron Wilson won.
Well, has he covered the escape, the two-cushion escape? If he hasn't, that's a bit careless.
Yeah, he could have put that cue ball a little bit further over to the left.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only escape route that Barry will be happy with. OK, it needs a delicate touch and it needs the perfect line. But if it had just covered the right-hand side cushion, it'd have been a lot more difficult.
Judging by the time Barry's taking, perhaps he can't get the two-cushion escape. Maybe. Not able to get far enough up the cushion. And swerving it becomes more difficult. He's just sort of thinking about the swerve, but this cue ball's going to pick up speed off the second cushion. Harder to judge the pace.
Foul. The miss.
Foul. Must have hit the yellow.
Kyron Wilson, 4.
Not question the referee's decision, so let's have a look. Must have been when he pushed the cue through. Anyway, no miss accepted because this is a nice easy starter for Kyron.
One.
Barry looked a little bit bemused when the foul was given. Let's have a look. Oh, you saw it there, didn't you?
8.
Because he was playing with lots of right-hand side, he assumed the cue ball was going to push to the left. Didn't push soon enough. Well spotted, referee.
9. 16.
Just
70.
managed to find the gap between the two reds. He didn't play a great positional shot there, and basically he's wrong side of the pink, but with the brown and green not being on the spots, it should be a easy path in and out of balk. Just got to judge the pace correctly. 3 points to lead now. Looks like a decent line. And if the pink
20.
goes, well, just looking, if he's straight, well, he is straight on this red. I think he can run through and just flick past the other red. Well, there's another one. He's got so many options, he doesn't know what to do. Anyway, this one will bring him nicely on the black.
24.
We'll be very disappointed if he doesn't win the frame at this visit now.
$31. 32.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. This pink will put him 38 points in front with 51 remaining. So red, pink, red will be enough.
38.
Oh, in actual fact, my mistake. He'll need two reds, two colours.
Thanks. 39.
I was looking at the break and not the score line. But as my old mate Rocky used to say, we all make mistakes. That's why they put rubbers on the ends of
45.
pencils.
$46.
So applause, this knowledgeable crucible audience. You know that we're in
51.
snookers required, and if this red goes in, it'll be all square at the mid-session interval. We started off
52.
best of 25. After 20 frames, we can't split them. Possible 5 more to play. Who do you fancy?
57. Thanks. 59. $62. 66. 71. 77.
to level once again, not without a mistake from either player. It's getting edgy. Could get more edgy after the mid-session interval when they come back at 10-all.
Yeah, Hawkins looked like he was on his way to another good lead, but that clip on the yellow now, what a time for this to happen, John.
I know, it's very unusual at this level for it to happen with for Barry. Just trying to play a little swerve, come round off the side cushion, top cushion, and then there's a good spot from the ref as well. I mean, you can be, I tell you, he's long over the ball these days as well. Comes round and catches it a bit thick, and the worst thing you can do there is hit it thick. If you get it thin, it goes back into the baulk area.
Not great for Barry, but from a neutral's perspective, great at 10 frames apiece, and we really are down to the wire.
Yeah, it's really setting up well, this match, isn't it? And as I say, I keep going over the point, but the way Kyron's come back in this match to get to this stage now really set up perfectly for a great finish. That's just what we want to see.
So who looks the stronger? Albeit that was a mistake, clearly, but Barry was getting back into the swing of things. But for you, John, how is it swinging?
You know something? The interval could make a massive difference here. Barry, just as I say before, I would have said to him, just go out the auditorium and put a bit of water on your face and come back and start again. He's now got the opportunity for 15 minutes to go and regroup. It's a toss of a coin, really, the way the match has gone with both players. There's mistakes out there. There'll be more mistakes coming near the end of it, when they get near the winning post. But Barry Hawkins may just regroup again, but Kyron Wilson certainly isn't going away. As I say, it looked a 13-11, 13-12 on paper before they started. I'm not going away from that.
I think this is where you now shine a big beaming light on the people in the players' corner now. Who's in their dressing room? What are they saying? You know, the caddy walking down the 18th with his man. What are their coaches in their dressing room saying to them now? Because the fact is they both need 3 to get to the quarterfinals. That's the fact. Everything that's gone before is completely discountable.
So what do you want to hear? What do you need to hear at this point, then?
You need to hear that. It's best of 5 for a place in the World Championship quarterfinal. Everything that's gone before is completely irrelevant now. It's irrelevant. Go out there, win 3 frames. I don't care if it's, 3 frames on the black. It makes no difference. Win the 3 frames. Let's get to dinner and get out.
OK. You've got a career as a coach shortly when you hang up your cue. Maybe not shortly. I think I've just shortened your career.
I am available for coaching.
Yeah. I'm getting my cue out my case. I'm inspired.
Oh,
no, I'm not that bad. I'm not that good.
Don't do yourself down here. All right, we've got another cracking match to keep our eyes on as well this afternoon, because we have a finish in the offing in the match on table 2, because we've got Zhou Long up against Ali Carter here. Now, let me just remind you of the story of this match, because the China's 21-year-old Zhou, who knocked out Mark Allen in the opening round, had confounded Ali Carter with a fabulous 5-1 start in this one, with 2 centuries en route as well. But back came the wily 39-year-old Crucible veteran last night, a steely performance to get back on terms and then actually take the lead at 7-6. But the clear-thinking Zhou gathered himself to claim the last 3 of the evening. He led 9-7 coming into this final session, and Ali has moved to within 1 in a 28-minute opener today. So can he complete another comeback? Frame 18, it's Zhou 4 points ahead, and an Island of Ireland combo in commentary with world champions Ken Doherty and Dennis Taylor.
That's an excellent shot. Okay. Didn't get behind the yellow, but judged it nicely.
Who's going to sneak in behind that yellow? That's near the pocket. Not bad though. That's just at an awkward spot, the yellow for the bridge hand.
Foul.
Well, that's amazing. To go in off and then to knock the black in. But he hit this far too thick, so I think at the moment he's just feeling the pressure as this young 21-year-old Chinese player. He's looked so composed throughout his first 2 matches here. And I think losing that last frame where he had a few chances and he looked odds on at one stage to extend his lead to 3 frames, I think he's going to have to just pull himself together just a little bit.
1.
And that's a bit unfortunate. Thought he might finish on the pink. He's covered the pink. The black would have passed the yellow, but the reds blocked the path through for there. He can pot the black into the left middle pocket.
Blue ball.
Oh, what a wonderful pot on the blue. Now, how's his luck this time? Needs a nice kiss on the red.
6.
Didn't get the right one. Does this red pot into this left corner pocket? He's bridging over the pink. It's a little bit awkward. It's okay. But certainly pots. And he may just be able to get his cue on the cushion where the pink is slightly in the way, but should be okay. Oh, he's okay.
Seven.
It's not too bad this time. Great chance.
$14. $50. $22.
It's very useful here with the black being on the pink spot. You can keep playing for reds and just leave that black spot occupied. And I think winning the opening frame has given Ali Carter quite a boost. He looks much more positive. And when he gets on a run, Ken, he's a little tiger around the table, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah. Said he needs a little bit of inspiration. Maybe those couple of good pots, particularly that red in the very first frame. Just needed something to kickstart this session for him. Needed a fast start, Ali Carter coming here. As we said, he got 7-6 ahead, lost the last 3 frames last night. Needed to get off to a good start, and at the moment, he's going the right way about it. was looking a little bit fragile in parts during that first frame.
45.
Let sometimes the frustration get the better of him, but he seems to have got his composure back again. He's got a bit of a bounce in his step now.
Thank you. 46. $53.
Just have a look at the scores. I'm sure he'll look up at the scores. He'll know he's 56 points ahead, so red colour red will do. Maybe put this red, get on the yellow, and then try and get on that red that's on the black spot. Nice angle anywhere. The ball
54.
cushion with the cue ball. Nice angle on the yellow. Come off 1 or 2 cushions down for this red that's on the black spot. Another quick glance at the score.
$56.
And you can see 59 ahead, so as Ken mentioned, 1 more red. And the black to make
57.
absolutely certain. Hasn't done much wrong, Joe,
64.
but just a couple of little mistakes have been very costly.
Sorry. 65.
Ali yet to make a century in this year's Betfred World Championship. Might have a chance. Oh, he's unlucky. But what he's doing, as you once said, Ken, he's taking the
72.
bull by the scruff of the neck. Oh, watch you don't rip the cloth out.
Watch your tip, Ali. Watch your tip.
Ali Carter, 72.
Nice break to 72 from Ali Carter. Twice semi-finalist in this World Championship. He's back on level peggings once again. It's Ali Carter, 9. Zhou Yulong, 9.
And guess what? Ali Carter back in again in the very next frame, on his way to compiling yet another knock of 72. And this would put the captain in control again. Second time he's been ahead in this match. He did go 7-6. Now it's 10-9. And 3 frames on the spin here for the 39-year-old. And in his 17th consecutive appearance, Carter's tenacity is shining through once again. This guy just will not be written off, Sean and John.
72.
He's a tremendous competitor, been in 2 world finals, as we know. Unlucky both those times to get Ronnie O'Sullivan, it can be argued, to get to the final. But also, you know, all the illnesses he's had coming through, cancer and Crohn's disease, and, you know, tremendous fighting qualities just to be here and playing snooker at this level.
Yeah, Sean, you're impressed with this man?
Yeah, tenacity is the word. He just doesn't go away. He never knows when he's beaten. He does boil over a bit every now and again. You see him bang his cue or bang the table with a bit of frustration, but he's passionate and he just will not know when he's beaten, that Ali. He's a great fighter. Obviously had his health problems away from snooker, and that has given him, I know, you know, over the last few seasons, renewed perspective about snooker. So if he's a few frames behind in a match like so what? You know, it's great that he's here and competing.
OK, well, we'll keep our eye on that one. You can continue to watch it live on the red button, and we, of course, will bring you up to date when things change in that. But, you know, it was 1977 when the World Championship first came to the Crucible Theatre. For the 50 years previous to that, it had kind of had a bit of a nomadic existence in 20 different venues in 3 different countries. But it was sports promoter Mike Watterson who finally anchored it to Sheffield. And sadly, Mike passed away just 6 weeks ago at the age of 76. And his twin sons, Andy and Nick, came here last week to pay tribute to their dad's enduring legacy.
I'm Andy Watterson. And I'm Nick Watterson, and we're Mike Watson's sons. As long as I'm around, you know, I'll always have very, very fond memories of this place. It's not just the memory of my dad that's intertwined with this building, it's very much my mum as well. She came to see a play here in 1976, around the time when my dad was looking to put on the championships. He'd just taken over the promotion of them, was looking for a venue, and my mum said, I know the perfect place. Told him about it. He came to see it and was blown away. He knew, you know, this is the place for it.
Obviously, while we're sad in his passing, being able to be here and seeing what he achieved, continuing to be here and continuing to be here for hopefully a very long time, it's quite comforting, and it's a source of great pride for me, for Andy, I'm sure, and I'm looking forward to bringing my own kids here and showing them what Grandpa did and what he achieved.
Coming this year and having the opportunity, albeit because of his passing, to actually sit in front of camera and pay tribute to him and just, you know, remind the world what he did, but also just to tell everyone what a great guy he was and what a great dad he was. I think that's, for me, is going to be something, an extra Crucible memory for me that I'll never forget.
And I think we're all looking forward to meeting Mike's grandchildren when they do come down to remember their granddad. And it wasn't just snooker, guys, it was darts. I think he even brought floodlit cricket to this country as well. He was a really influential guy in terms of sports promotion, Sean.
A little peek behind what goes on in the sporting world, putting these events on. You forget that we roll in and everyone rolls in with all this infrastructure, but someone's had the idea to put it there in the first place. And you know, I actually got to meet Mike a few years ago. You know, I was sort of late to the party, but he was a real gentleman, and he used to message me before games, wish me the best of luck. It was really nice that he took that touch. I met him in the Champions Lounge in the Crucible Theatre, and he came up to me, introduced himself, and it was a real pleasure to meet the man who brought the tournament here. It was great.
He was the right player, by the way, as well. Amateur career, he could play, don't worry about that. I think he's one of the few amateurs he'd had a 1-4-6 in competition as a player. I was very friendly with Mike. We're both avid crossword fans. We had Times crosswords, and he used to come up, and even the last couple of years he'd come upstairs and say, come on then, JP, let's sit down and solve this one today. And he'd ring me up, I'd be in my garage at home, and he'd go, have you got 6 down today? And I go, yeah, it's my... Oh, I couldn't get it myself, mate. So he used to ring me up at home all the time, but I've got lots of fond memories from him. And first time I came here as a 14-year-old boy, he got me tickets to come in. And I was always, always grateful for that, because I fell in love with the Crucible.
Absolutely. I think we've all fallen in love with the Crucible. And I think on behalf of everybody involved in the sport and probably everyone at home, thank you, Mike Watterson.
Thank you, frame 21.
Yes, Hazel, and I'll certainly endorse those remarks. And his wife, Carol, as the boy said, who came here to see a play in 1976 and thought this is a perfect venue for snooker.
Keep the noise down, please. Thank you.
Right she was. And there it is, in all its glory. It's not changed much, has it, really, since we've been coming here? I know I came here earlier than you, but it still looks the same place, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much the same place.
Refusing the red to the right corner because he doesn't feel as though he can get position on a colour, so too risky. For it to be a good safety, needs to miss the green, and he hasn't done. Now, will Barry Hawkins refuse it?
He's lost his long game a bit, especially from the first session. Of the two, you fancy Kyron Wilson to knock the long ones in.
Yeah, just 25% long pot success. That's low. I don't mind this session. Not in the early session, he was knocking everything in. And as Steve mentioned, that could be the difference. Both players realising the importance of this match are making mistakes. You just get the feeling that Kyron is going to be a little bit more solid on the half chances. And sometimes it's the half chances that can win you frames. May certainly miss the pink, but is he on this red to the corner? No.
6.
So that tells me, really, unless he plays a very risky pot, he's on nothing.
And he's got the thin cut into the left corner. Is he going to try and promote the black, or does he think he can get through the gap?
Seven.
Played for the gap. Got a bonus by clipping the black, maybe. Just needs to get on a red. There's one that goes into the right corner. Are there others? Decides not. Decides this is the best way to go about it and is very unlucky. Perhaps he can cut it back though.
10.
Could have expected better.
He's certainly come out after the mid-session, so looking very aggressive. Another thin cut facing him.
Bit easier than the first thought. Thought that was thinner, and they couldn't really control the cue ball. A few more reds go now.
$16.
Just have a look at the situation. I think the black spot is available, so I mean he couldn't play for the black, but it's one of those situations you need pinpoint position, and he's not got it. He looks very straight on this blue. He'll be disappointed if he is. Just got an angle to play for that red just below the pink. Probably screw off the side cushion.
a sense that he's gaining momentum at just the right time
22.
here.
$23.
Just straight past the pink. A couple of reds available into the opposite corner. And if he's going to win this frame at this visit, I suggest he's going to do it without worrying about the black.
29.
39 points. As I say, if he's not doing it with the black, well, you're basically looking at 6 more reds required to get to
30.
Snooker's required.
$36.
Looking to see if there's a red that will pass the black to the right corner.
$37.
Decides to go back up for the blue. It's got a nice angle on the blue. Is there a red that will pass the black? Well, he obviously feels the one closest to the pink will go to the right corner.
42.
It does. Maybe there's one more.
$43.
I think the red that is just above the black spot, mate. Well, he's looking, so maybe it's tight, and he may decide to play a cannon. Oh, it doesn't go. I thought the red just above the black spot and to the right. The 2 reds look as though they're a plant, but you can see there's a bit of distance. So he'd be playing the cannon here. You trust to a little bit of luck. Oh, he's taking his eye off the pot.
Kyron Wilson.
He's taken his
43.
eye off the pot. He'll be annoyed. But as the pink runs safe.
One.
Or does the black pot? The only thing is, as we've said before, if he pots the black, it's more or less out of commission. The black does go. But I suppose that'll be the last of your worries, the black being out of commission. Just glad to be back at the table. How many times has it looked as though Kyron done all the hard work and then misses an easy one?
8.
Yeah, he hasn't delivered many killer blows in this session. You never want to let your opponent back at the table. Even though the black is currently tied up, there's a few options to be able to unpick that problem. Suppose he wants to get his arm going a bit first before he addresses
15.
the black.
A couple of key shots coming up here.
$60.
Not perfect on the pink. straight would have been ideal, because the red just above the black and to the right of it, if he was straight on the pink, he could play for that, pot it, and knock the red that's to the left of the black away. But he just couldn't get to that. Oh, well, I'm having a look. Is it still a possibility?
22.
He thought it was, but not certain, but needs a good angle on the pink to try and play that shot again. Decided to come off the cushion, anything but straight. Well, he's going to have to either
23.
run twice across the table or play for this red near the right-hand side cushion.
Yeah, he didn't want to leave that cannon till the last minute, but it looks like he's forced to do it now. He could have played the red on the side cushion and had one more go to get perfect on the red. He's not perfect on it, so
29.
that red next to the black is now a lifesaver for Kyron Wilson. Pretty sure it doesn't pot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it does, and so it's hard to envisage Barry winning the frame at this visit now, although he's right back in it.
Yeah, he could have got an angle to try and knock them apart there, but he can run through. That's what he's tried with side spin. He'd be pleased with that. It wasn't.
36.
It wasn't necessarily the case that he was trying to open the black up. He may well have been playing for this red, or even perhaps a two-way shot. Now what do you do?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking he's looking to play a cannon, but on the red, I'd be looking to try and get a nice angle on the pink here. Can he flick the red away from the black? Can he flick the red away from the black? That was the problem. If he hits the black,
37.
he's on nothing. But he can lay a snooker.
The only trouble was playing at that speed, he was never going to get a leave. Is he playing it? Poor, he's lining up to play the pot it. Well, if he could play it very slowly and the black wobbles in the jaws, he's got it safe, but is it a risk? Can he play a sort of peak shot, as it's called? I know from the quiz.
Yeah. House of frames.
Could he play this even though it's tight? He's got to make sure he doesn't obviously play a push shot. Element of safety.
Well, if he cannons the pink, he'll hold for the red.
Great shot.
He's got it. He's got it. Didn't look on. He's now 1 point in front.
44.
I think Kyron Wilson can feel unlucky there, the way that Barry Hawkins played the cannon. Didn't think he was going to be getting on this at all. What a steal from Barry Hawkins, showing some character out there. He's overhit this a little bit.
Needs to slow up.
Thanks.
Just in time.
45.
Just when you thought Kyron Wilson was getting the upper hand, he failed to clinch the frame there and then, paying the price.
Well, what a big frame this could be. Kyron Wilson,
49.
as you intimate, Steve, looked to be getting the upper hand, but that Miss Pink in the corner. Straightforward pink it was.
51.
Thinking about the cannon, took his eye off the pot. Barry's just under hit this positional shot on the green. Dropping it in dead weight. He's done it.
54.
So now brown and blue. And to edge in front once again.
58.
This blue to go 20 ahead with 13 remaining.
What a marvellous counter-attack from Barry Hawkins here. He's got the sense that anything can happen. He'd be delighted,
on the frame.
Absolutely delighted when you see Kyron in bits in his chair. Barry Hawkins goes one frame in front at 11-10.
Yep, and Kyron Wilson letting his emotions be known very clearly, Sean, sitting in his chair there, shaking the head, especially dwelling on that missed pink when he was on 43. It looked like he was going to go on and take this one.
Well, they're both operating at a very high level here, Hazel. They're both in the 90% with their pot success, but it comes down to little shots like that. He's never been ahead in this match, Kyron Wilson, and it looked for all the world. He was just, you know, 3 or 4 pots away from taking a lead in this match, but with the missed pink, that was it.
Yeah, but under the circumstances, what a brilliant clearance that was from Barry Hawkins. And one shot in particular was very impressive. He's gone so close to this black, difficult to see, blind pocket. What you don't want to do is foul it by getting a push shot. He couldn't hit that any better, and also he had to hold the cue ball by playing a cannon into the pink. So there's a lot of things in that could have gone wrong, but they all went right.
They did, and you make the very good point that he's still playing catch-up, and he must be getting very frustrated. You were actually remarking that you'd rarely seen him show so much emotion out there.
Yeah, I've never seen a match where Kyron's given out so much. You know, he's sat there shaking his head. He looks a little bit flustered. You know, listen, this is the Crucible Theatre to get to the quarterfinals of the World Championship, so it's understandable that you'd be under pressure out there. But the problem with it is that your opponent picks up on it, reads that you're struggling, and just tightens the screw on you. So he wants to be careful he doesn't give too much away.
Kyron playing catch-up again.
Looks like a good break-off shot. Seems that both players have brushed up on the break-off. It's been costly for both players at times in this match. Didn't get the backspin that he was looking for on that red. Don't think Barry will be tempted by the double because there's 2 reds to the right of the cluster that possible leaves, so just back to the top cushion, you would think. Tighter the better. We might get quite a bit of this because there's 3 reds on the other half of the table. And I don't think either player is prepared to give an inch here. We've had a couple of re-racks already in this match. Might well be in for another one.
Well, Barry Hawkins just a little bit more alert than you'd think, walking it up this end, as if there's a possibility that he could manufacture a red from here. He's turned it down. You don't get many frames these days where all the reds get pushed into the bottom half of the table. Used to be a trademark of another era. Nobody taking a risk at all. Players much more likely to be trying to risk one in the middle pocket these days. Good shot from Kyren.
Yeah. A lot better shot than it looked.
Hasn't got the cue ball riveted to the top cushion, so Barry Hawkins can maybe play a similar shot. He can certainly get backspin on the cue ball.
That's a good cue ball. Little tap on the table there from Kyren. It's been played in a very good spirit, this match. That could be quite... looked insignificant, but Kyren in a spot of bother here. Just gone down, that red just past the middle pocket. If he comes off the side cushion, just nestles onto it, will he leave anything? Well, he thinks he can just get enough backspin to bring this cue ball back to the top cushion. Gotta be careful with this red though, where's it going to go? Played it well. And just about close enough to that top cushion to turn the tables now. Barry with the problem.
It may be risky trying to nestle into the pack. He could possibly go off the side cushion, the right-hand side cushion, nestle in, but maybe a red goes into the left centre. Needs some studying. Does he play to the balk cushion and try and leave it awkward for Kyren? He's already looked at that down here.
Yeah, I don't know whether the red that's in the middle of the table, near the balk cushion, I don't know whether it'll pass the other one. If it doesn't, then tight to the balk cushion would be safe enough. Not completely safe, but left nothing easy for his opponent. We'll soon know.
Well. When you're in that much trouble, aggression is possibly the answer. And he got a big tap from Kyren Wilson there. Kyren just acknowledging what a great shot that was. Nothing he could do about that. So a lot easier shot now, but still needs respect. And a bit of awkward cueing with the rest. It's going to put it in a weird position, very close to the blue.
Yeah, he's 21 out of 22 with the rest. It's just awkward with the blue there. But right in the heart of the pocket. And it's a lovely positional shot.
And he played that positively as well. He could have been forgiven for just rolling it in, playing a red in the corner.
5.
Yeah, that shot he potted into the yellow pocket, as we call it. It's amazing how many times you get a player in trouble and you leave them with no option, and they think, well, I might as well go down all guns blazing. A tremendous pot, but you get the feeling he was forced into it.
Could end up a match winner, that one.
$11.
Just a little flick off the red, but he cued that well. He cued that as smooth. So maybe potting that first red has just give him the impetus he needs to make this a frame-winning chance.
19.
I hesitate to say it, but it may be the case that Barry Hawkins has weathered the storm here.
26.
He has got a great temperament, and even though he's been under severe pressure, he's fighting all the way.
Still needs another 6 reds, though. Maybe 7 to clinch the frame at this visit.
27.
Didn't go in clean, but it's okay. Looks to have landed perfect
34.
on this red. $34 points the lead. Red, pink, go 41 points in front. But still looking for maybe 3, 4 reds. Does he leave himself an angle on the pink to run through and try and disturb this little cluster of 5?
35.
A bit further away from the pink than he wanted. I get the feeling there he played for the blue and then to go down to the balk end. He's got the perfect angle to play the cannon. Well, there must be a plant on then. There must be a plant. There is. Just got to give it due care and attention.
41.
They're very close. You can reverse this if you don't hit it right, if you don't hit the first ball right. You can't avoid the kiss on the second red, so probably play this with a bit of power. Oh, well, he didn't hit the first ball right.
Barry Hawkins, 41.
Strange. I'm surprised by that. I thought he had hit it right. I would have thought those balls would have, well, the second ball would have pushed a bit to the right as we looked, and he looked a bit puzzled after that, as if he couldn't believe where the red had hit. I don't think there was much of a gap between them.
Yeah, normally if you hit the first red, when they're close together, you hit the first red on the right, it pushes the second red to the left. Didn't seem to happen there.
If you put side spin on, that can sometimes do some damage to the line.
Anyway, it was a chance gone. Now, what a big shot this is for Kyron. Fully committed. What a wonderful shot and a brave one.
Brave, but also very clever. You see now where he left the cue ball. Wasn't as risky as perhaps we first thought.
Yeah, I just feel that when you play it at that pace, it's a risk you could miss the pot. Could run over a finger mark and anything. Anyway, it's in.
Punch and counter punch.
4.
Do you think 13-12? I mean, it just feels like that, doesn't it?
Five. Ten.
That's his cue ball travelling to.
11.
It's okay. I think he's on the blue. Worse way. Didn't play it like this.
Green was that? Green ball.
Well, feels more comfortable playing the green. Played it nicely, and particularly as he's brought that red away from the ball cushion.
14.
He did play that nicely. There wasn't much room for manoeuvre there. Another shot
50.
You could say could be a match winner.
Pink ball.
Do you know, I was going to say, I wonder what the availability of the yellow and pink is. The pink goes. It's a great chance now. And if the pink goes on its own spot here and is available, it's hard to see what can go wrong. But it's the circumstances.
22.
From Barry Hawkins' perspective, his only hope is that red on the left-hand side of the
27.
table. It's not that difficult to get on, get behind it into the middle pocket, but he's hoping Karen will come unstuck.
$28.
Straight on the black, he's not ideal.
did get the perfect angle, he might risk knocking it into the middle of the table off that side cushion, but only if he had the perfect angle. Oh, he's lost the white ball there. Certainly didn't play it that much of an angle. Can he cannon into the red? Not a great positional shot with 43. That last red. Now, would his long putting strength come to his rescue? It's a big shot to take on. Massive shot to take on.
Just 2 points in front. If he knocks it in, could be a frame winner. Vice versa, should he miss. Oh, dear me. The pace he played it had to be so accurate, and it never touched the side. Clean as a whistle.
And also took the risk of leaving the red on out of the equation. Clever shot.
Ten points to lead.
51.
Needs a good angle on the next colour. He'd have loved to have been straight on this red and played for the blue, but won't be playing for the blue here, you wouldn't have thought. Well, trying to get down to a bought colour will make it easier to get on the yellow. And he's played that pretty well. He won't mind being on the yellow. Yellow comes back up, of course, because it was potted off a red. And that now means
54.
Yellow, green and brown to level again.
$56.
Green and brown will put him 22 points in front with just 18 remaining.
$59.
Pick a winner now, Steve. That was frame ball and nicely on the blue. He's never been in front in the match, hasn't Kyron? But you've got to give him every
68.
credit for hanging on in there. Barry Hawkins went for a plant. I must be honest, like Steve, I thought it was a certainty, but it didn't go in.
Thank you.
And Kyron has taken this opportunity,
74.
grabbed it with both hands and played some wonderful shots during that contribution. And we're all square again. So now from the best of 25, he's down to a best of 3. 11 all.
Yes, grand larceny the last couple of frames. Barry doing it to Kyron, and he got it straight back there, all due to that mistake on the plant earlier on, Sean.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. Plants are very simple, you know, you've hit the first ball left, the second one goes right. Then as they get nearer to each other, you actually have to do the reverse of that. But there is a small little scenario where the balls are a certain distance apart, and it's called the neutral zone. They won't go either way, so it's just unmakeable. And that might have been one of those. I think he tried to reverse it, and it just went straight on. So it's actually unmakeable, that, by the looks of things, and it cost him in the end.
Yeah, handed the chance to Kyron, and boy, did he take it. Second last red, John.
I mean, he's lost position. He's left with this. But look at the way he's played it. I mean, he's absolutely pumped this into the pocket. No thought of just a soft stun. He's come off side cushion, top cushion, and perfectly on the black. Totally deserved it. And there was a look about him going in that. This looked just like a boxing match, you know, and he's had to take a blow in the last frame. He was getting one straight back there, and you could see the way Kyron went about it. He was determined to make a clearance there.
3 frames left, fellas. And funnily enough, it's putting me in mind, actually, of last year's semi-final, because Barry Hawkins was never behind until, what, the 31st of 33 frames against Mark Williams, and I think they were both gone about 10 to midnight. It just shows you that these matches, they really, really can get so difficult to handle towards the later stages.
Absolutely, and you know, it's easy to forget. It's a race to 13. You can sail off 6-1 in the distance in the first session. They're just like aperitifs, those first few frames and that first parts of those matches. Now we get down to the nitty-gritty. Now we get to see what's going on with both of these players. A best of 3 for a place in the quarterfinals.
How difficult is it to think straight when the pressure comes down upon you at this point, John? How do you make yourself try and have a clarity of thought in these situations?
Well, that's why you're a professional snooker player. You've got the experience. I mean, both of these players have been around the block. They know how to win matches. They'll be out there now. They've gone for their comfort break, as it were, and they'll be giving themselves a little G up and getting ready for coming in and saying, right, you know, might be make no mistakes. You know, it might be one of those, let's play a granite frame the next one, or let's go and take my chances. Just depends how you see the situation in the match. But whatever you do have to think clearly. And if you play the right shot and you play it to the best of your ability, it's easy to live with yourself. What you don't want to do is go and give it to your opponents when you've got something like this coming up, which is a best of 3.
Okay, I do remember Stephen Hendry in that Bingham against Graham Dott match saying that he could envisage Graham Dott standing in the corridor sticking pins in his hands to get himself up. But he always had a fantastic attitude, Dottie, in crucial moments like this.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's that clarity of thought, and that's what deserts you. You know, when you're out there and you're bang under pressure, and you come away from the match, you watch it back in the days after, and you think, why did I do that? Why did I play that shot at that moment? And you just not thought clearly enough when it really, really came down to it. Now we're going to see, this is about all the hours of practice, all the routines, all the long potting, all the safety shot routines that we go through day in, day out, week in, week out. Now we're going to see whether it counts or not.
And yet, after all of that, you've still got to follow your own routine. So you've got to do it. If you walk into the shot and you have 2 or 3 waggles and you go exactly the same, don't make it into something it isn't. Just try and keep it as it always been, which is your routine.
Frame 23 of a possible 25.
Red to the right corner, left on. Black available into the opposite. We'll take this on. Played it with pace.
1.
Flick on the red has left him wrong side of the blue.
Cue ball is going to be going away from the red, so he's playing this with power in and out of balk. Struck that wonderfully. Fantastic shot. Great opening red as well.
Yeah. 7.
Got a nice angle on the blue. You would think the obvious red to play for is the one that's just above the black. Landed on it nicely.
12.
He's been a little bit weak in clinching frames in one visit, only at the highest possible level. How he'd dearly like to do it here.
$30.
He's left himself low on the red. It's a more difficult pot doing this,
20.
but it will promote other reds out. Can he control the cue ball? Straight in the heart.
22.
Another red goes in the middle pocket, but that's irrelevant. He's on the black.
Yeah, and he's splitting them open beautifully. Just gets an extra point for that red going in the middle. Now, he's just got to cut out that odd mistake he's been making. He's landed perfect on this red now.
That last black was far better than it looked.
After this black, 31 points needed. That could equate to 4 reds, 4 blacks. Be enough to clinch the frame. Just under hit it slightly.
37.
Yeah, he's lost position at the top of the table. Certainly off this red. He's going to have to go up the table for blue. Ooh.
38.
He'd have loved another 6 inches roll on that cue ball. But what he has got is great cue power, strikes the ball so well. Wasn't too much of an angle on that blue, but he created some.
Just about recovered the situation. And this time,
44.
inch perfect on the blue. $49 ahead, 83 remaining.
49.
3 more reds required to be certain, you would think.
50.
The break-off shot left the red, and that's all it takes at this level.
It does if you're playing a player whose nickname is the Warrior, John. He's living up to that.
Yeah, it did
55.
last night in the second session. A few things didn't go his way, but he kept on battling.
56.
So this black and 1 more red, and for the first time in the match, he'll take the lead. And what a time to do it. So this red to go 64 ahead.
63.
With just 59 remaining.
64.
Well, there's Mum and Dad, Rob and Sonia. They were being put through the mill in this match.
70.
It is horrible watching.
71.
It really is.
But they've got a little bit of elbow room now. 1 out with 2 to play. And he wants to pot all these balls here. He wants to
77.
keep that momentum going, that rhythm. For the next frame, Barry Hawkins, for the first time, behind. How will he react?
$78.
There's already been 7
85.
centuries in this match. 4 from Barry Hawkins, 3 from Kyron.
86.
The standard may have dipped as we get into the
92.
nitty-gritty of this match, but that's understandable.
93. $98.
This yellow for his 4th century. Absolutely wonderful. It came off the break-off shot. And that's the only shot that Barry Hawkins has played in this frame. That's how cutthroat snooker is at this level.
103. $107.
And this
112.
gives him the momentum to take into the next frame, which if he wins, he'll book his
118.
place in the quarter-final. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Kyron Wilson. And for the first time in a match, he takes the lead and he's now 1 frame away from a place in the quarter-final. 12-11.
What a match and what a performance from Kyron Wilson. We saw 4 centuries from Barry Hawkins in the first session of this match, but Kyron Wilson has produced 111, 104, 131 and a 125 there. So they're even Stevens on the centuries, and for the first time he's ahead. But John talked about that opening red, same as the last frame as well, actually, so emphatic a shot.
I mean, just an absolutely brilliant pot. I mean, we go on about how important the break-off is, but, I mean, Barry Hawkins made the break, obviously, but he couldn't have been thinking in the chair, thinking, that's the last shot I'm going to get in the frame. Wonderful opening pot and tremendous character he's shown all the way through this. 6-1 down on the end of a blitz, and here he is, 12-11 in front with just needing to get 1 more frame.
Is there one winner here, or is there still a little bit of life in this one yet, Sean?
I just think it's fascinating what character you're seeing out there from both players. This is what makes snooker one of the most difficult sports in the world. You're out there on your own, and all you've got is the voices, sometimes demons in your mind, telling you how to play, what shot to play. You don't have a caddy, you don't have a corner man, you don't have 10 teammates with a captain running around telling you what to do. You're out there on your own. And it's really, really tough. What character we're seeing from both players. Both got loads of bottle, loads of backbone. And he still can't pick a winner here.
No.
Frame 24.
Well, we've seen it from Kyron.
Wilson.
How much has Barry Hawkins got left?
Yes, I suppose that is the question, Hazel. But he's shown us in the first session what he's capable of. Now he's at the point of no return. Can he free up his arm and reproduce that? That was the first session. 83% pot success for Kyron, 97% for Barry. And now in the third session, it's like it's turned around. 96% for Kyron, 89% for Barry. But I don't think he's the type of player, Steve, that you could count out Barry Hawkins.
No, not one little bit. He just needs the chance.
I've heard you say on many occasions he always seems to go under the radar, does Barry, and that's because a lot of people underestimate him. I'm certain Kyron won't be, but as you say, he's got to create the chance, and when you're behind, you feel as though you need the first chance in a frame.
Barry Hawkins has been involved in some absolute cliffhangers here at the Crucible Theatre. He's entertained the crowd royally, and he's performed to the highest possible level. Same applies to this match. It's hard to believe it's only the second round match. It's not really, it's like it's quarter-final, semi-final standard all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's been some unbelievable games, hasn't there, in the second round. Barry was looking at the shred to the left corner, but I don't think there's a free path for the cue ball back to the balk end. That may put him off playing the pot.
Yeah, and the safety shot off the same red is jacked up right over the top of the brown. He might just be able to get past. It wasn't as hard as I thought it was. Excellent safety. Has he cut off the path? No. Just poked its nose out.
A little bit thinner than he intended, but it needed to be thin. Just means he's not found the balk cushion. And Barry with his hand on the table, you'd expect him to produce a better safety shot than that. And as I say, this is a very vital safety exchange here. You just feel that Barry needs the first chance. Get in, get 40 or 50, if he can.
He's just got to be careful not to knock a red over the left corner. No danger there. And I think he may have stopped Kyron from getting to the right-hand side of the table. Can he just get through? If not, does he have to swerve it just a little? Just a little of swerving. Just a judgment shot. Nearly perfect.
Barry Hawkins 4.
He'll probably make the adjustment the second time, but he doesn't want to catch this red thick.
Yeah, imperative here that referee Brendan Moore gets this cue ball exactly where it was.
Can I bring it up, please?
Because it's one
Can you just
where
move away from the TV, please?
we looked for a moment he could get through, but then he realised he had to play a little swerve.
Okay, thank you.
So this is where it was. Well, they're happy. Just caught a little bit too thick, but he's got enough pace in the cue ball to get it at least past the baulk line, and he's going to find the ball cushion. Couldn't have hit it better.
Well, he flirted with danger with the jaws of the top right corner pocket, and as it turned out, he got a brilliant safety shot. Had a bit of room for manoeuvre. This shot made more difficult because he's riveted to the cushion. Good shot, couldn't stop a red coming over the right corner. Got the snooker though.
Yeah, it's covered by the brown. There isn't the red to the left corner, but it's hard to see where the colour comes from, and it's risky. But we've seen quite a few times from Kyron. He's not frightened to take a pot on. But he's playing safe. A little bit thicker than he intended. Not bad. Well, the red 2 in. Well, he's getting down to play it. I was just looking at that and was thinking, was there a gap round the back of the black, back to the baulk end? You'd know better if he was down the shot. He's got a straight red there, can't do a lot with that. It was just the second red in from the left as he looks from the top of the table. Now looks as though he's going to try and play a containing safety. He's had a good look. Obviously the red won't go to the left middle. Yeah, there you see it. Just won't pass the pink. Not found the baulk cushion, but he's got the cover with the yellow on the red he didn't want to leave. Special noise coming from the other side of the arena. Barry not waiting for it to die down. Beautiful safety. He may have left a cut on here though. Kyron just coming down. He's having a look at the red that's closest to the pocket. I don't know whether he can get through to cut that in. There's possibly a gap to it. There is. As thin as you like. Not thin enough. Wasn't easy. Can't beat yourself up for missing a shot like that.
He can count himself a little lucky. He got back down the table. But this red is gettable for Barry Hawkins. Has he got away with it?
Well, yeah, I've put his hand up, but I wouldn't be certain to put my hand up. I think there may be a red will come. Only put your hand up to apologise if you're certain there's something to apologise for.
He looks like he can just get through.
One.
So, the first good chance falls to Kyron Wilson. Barry Hawkins, who's led all the way through this match, has now just got to sit there and hope that somehow he gets back to the table.
It's tempting here to try and open up these reds around the black spot. Very tempting. He didn't play it with that much pace. Not nice bridging.
8. Nine.
Played for the black.
Oh.
No, overhit it. Second prize is the pink to the middle.
I mean, he could have played to smash into them a bit more.
$50. $60.
Can just get through past that red, I think. And you've got to admire Kyron's mid-range potting being very strong.
Just can get through to the middle of the cue ball. Makes all the difference. If you have to put side on, you've got to allow for it. But you can hit the centre of the cue ball. Just push the cue through straight through the middle.
22.
This is a great chance now. Black available into both corners.
Not likely to get a better
23.
one to win the match. They're begging to be potted. This will open things up as well. A cannon into that first red.
50 points needed. Just let it run away slightly. But he's, well, a little nod of the head.
30.
He's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball here now. Can he get through to the one to the right centre? Maybe preferable. He's on it, just. No, he's not got much of an angle
31.
on the blue.
I think half a kick on that, John.
Let's have a look for the half a kick. Yeah.
I don't actually know if that half a kick even exists. What about a kick?
A kick, yeah, because you can have a kick and a half, can't you?
Once again, sort of mid-range pot, and this time with a
36.
rest. This isn't certain.
Yeah, people say he's the, well, certainly
37.
one of the best rest players, and that is 25 out of 26 with the rest in this match.
Marvellous. Okay, it didn't go right in the heart of the pocket, but he played it to the right part of the jaw. Getting a bit more difficult for position now. The closer he gets to that finishing line, the more he's got to keep his nerves under control. Not let the adrenaline get into the cue arm.
He's okay. He's got a red, and I think he can play it comfortably.
42.
And just roll it in, come off the side cushion, play for the pink in the opposite corner. Well, he could stun through the gap.
43.
Worrying times for Barry. He started this match off, well, some of the best snooker he's ever played at the Crucible. Didn't produce it in the second session. It was hard to keep up that level of performance, of course. And you just feel as though Kyron has just
49.
had that little bit more strength of character and the long potting. I think you mentioned it earlier, Steve.
50.
You just fancied Kyron knocking in a few more than Barry. And they're the half chances that make all the difference. Judge the cannon. It's one of those, you always have to hit that a little bit harder than you think to get the red to bounce off the top cushion. Played it perfect.
$58.
This black to go 61 points in front with 75 remaining. So after this black, another red and a black, and it would be snookers required. red and the black to go 69 points
65.
in front with 67 remaining. It looks like the end of the road for Barry.
66.
7 quarter-finals in the last 7 years for Barry, but it's not going to be this year, you don't think now? Full ball kiss on the ping will be perfect. That is perfect.
73.
No way back to the table now for Barry Hawkins.
Kyron Wilson was
74.
6-1 behind in this match, and he had to dig deep in the last frame of that first session. From that position, he can feel mightily proud of himself. What a performance. And he is one of the younger players in the game that seems to have the credentials to do well at the Crucible. Who's to say he won't be lifting the trophy next
81.
week? He's got the fighting qualities, that's for sure.
Yes, and as you said earlier, he's introduced as the warrior.
88.
And he's been a warrior in this match. Adversity.
89.
He's had everything thrown at him. But he's stuck at it. Shown great strength of character. And,
96.
well, this would be the icing on the cake to finish with his 5th century of the match.
97.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I never turn up. I never say die attitude. Is what has seen him through in the end.
105.
Well, just not enough points on to beat Judd Trump's high break at the moment. It stands at 141. That's right, he's decided to play an exhibition shot. And how about that for Q-Power?
112.
Fantastic.
140.
So we can get John Parrott to demonstrate that back in the studio after. Absolutely marvellous
170.
performance. Up the game when needed. Side spin on this, round the back of the black. Wow, what a shot.
Going out in style.
121.
To a quarter-final place.
He plays such a methodical game when needed.
126.
Just to show you he's got the flair when he does want to play it. He just played hard match snooker.
Needs to slow up. Okay, Kyron.
132.
What have you got in the locker here? Just a gentle roll to the middle. Is it there? Oh, not quite. Great match. Barry Hawkins, the first session looked unbeatable. But Kyron Wilson wouldn't bow. He wouldn't surrender. And he fought and he fought. And he got the result in the end. Unbelievable. He beats Barry Hawkins by 13 frames to 11 and books his place in the quarter-final. Tremendous.
And we're all in agreement with you there, John. Absolutely superb match. And to finish it off, back-to-back centuries. In the end, he made more centuries than Barry, and we were absolutely giving it that for Barry in the first session. Extraordinary victory.
And what a standard of a game for a second-round match. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. Barry Hawkins 6-1 up, looked invincible, and the turnaround in that match, but all credit to Kyron for sticking in there and having this, you know, John mentioned itself, you know, the character, but the self-belief to say, well, okay, you've had your table time. When I get mine, I'm going to do my stuff. And to finish with 2 centuries, you can't do any better than that.
I'm going to use one of those cliches. I think it's a real shame there was a loser in that match. I thought they both played fabulously well. They both ended up with 93% pot success. Kyron with a standing ovation there at the end as he left the Crucible Theatre. Absolutely great match of snooker. Both players showed qualities you can't teach, and that's that heart, that fire, that hunger. And Kyron's got it in spades, and you know, it's going to take a very special performance to stop him if he plays like that.
It would have been really easy to have not given up the ghost, but to have been so disheartened at 6-1 down. He's always shown real sheer determination under the cosh, and that seems to be a bit of a trademark that is developing in his pretty still young career, John.
No, very much so. As I said to you, you've got to have that character. You've got to, sometimes you sit in that chair and you can be prepared and playing, and you know you're playing great, but you just can't get table time. You're being outplayed by your opponent, and you've got to sit there and you've got to say, well, that's okay. You know, you're having your share of the table at the moment. When mine comes, I'm going to do my stuff. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's shown in that match.
How much was he helped to an extent by a dip in form in the second session from Hawkins?
I mean, you know, there is some of that. I commentated on that second session there last night, and yeah, Barry didn't play to the standard in those 8 frames as he did in the first 8 frames. But you very rarely do in these long matches. That's one of the little nuances of the Crucible as you play these multi-sessions, and it's so hard to keep your standard of play up. Going into this afternoon session, like, it was all to play for. And I just, as I say, I think it was a shame one of them did have to lose. I thought it was a good performance, great performance from them both. And in the end, you know, Kyron's the man through.
He is, and he's the coming man at this World Championship, because a semi-final last year, and this is his 4th quarter-final on the spin. And of course, he's going to play Dave Gilbert now in the quarter-final, a man that he beat in the German Masters final just a few months ago. So surely that's a huge fillip to know that you've had that success against your next opponent.
Well, it is. It's a big help. It's better to have a good record than a bad one, that goes, but it's also a totally different day and a different match. And Dave Gilbert is buoyed by the fact that he's just knocked out the world champion. And he is massively improved. Nobody's picked him up and put him in the top 16. He's earned his right to be there. And I've been impressed with him this week. He was good against Joe Perry. He got one of the better qualifiers coming through when he played him. And then he's got past the world champion. Now he's got Kyron Wilson. That's going to be a really good match.
It is. How will Barry look back on today? Because clearly he showed what an absolutely splendid player he is, as he has done here for many years, but particularly in that first session. But sustaining it seemed to be the difficult part for him.
He'll be gutted. And it doesn't matter whether you lose in this World Championship 10-0 in the first round or 13-12 on a black ball respot in the second or the quarters. Doesn't matter. A loss here hurts. And I think having played so well and lost, you know, might be just maybe a touch more difficult to take. But I hope he goes away and has a good few weeks off. Our season's going to kick off again in a not too distant future. So he hasn't got that long to, console himself. But it leaves such a mark, a defeat in the World Championships. You have to go home and watch it all from the comfort of your own sofa. It's not good.
Yeah. What I would say about it is it's a slightly different one, because I don't think he's ever had a result like that. I don't think he's ever had a defeat like that. To be playing that well at 6-1 in a World Championship and not get through might take him a little bit longer. That's not one he's been used to.
Now, Kyron Wilson, a lot has been made of his chances. He's a runner-up at the Masters last year against Mark Allen, and this season 4 big finals. He's won 3 trophies. Now, okay, he wasn't amongst the Neil Roberts and Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump rated here, but how much do you think is left in this campaign for him, Sean?
Well, he could go all the way. There's absolutely no question about it. He's got those things that you can't teach. He's got all the qualities that they don't come out of a book. They're not on a coaching video. You can't be taught how to have that backbone when required, that bottle. But he's a fabulous technician, he's a great striker, and a wonderful player.
And here he is. Congratulations, Kyron, well done.
Brilliant. Cheers, thank you.
I'll tell you what, 6-1 down,
thank you.
Not till the 23rd frame did you get in front. They don't call you the Warrior for nothing. That is a real key moment in your career, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think what happened last year with John in the semi-finals, it was a very sort of similar story. I got off to a really bad start last year in the semi-finals, and if anything I've learned, I've just learned to sort of stick in there, and you just never know what can happen. And fortunately for me, I sort of found my A game towards the end.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Max, you're going to give me that? Thank you very much, Karen. We're just not hearing you properly. Karen, there you go. All right. Tell me about that first session when Barry absolutely blitzed everything in its way with the 4 centuries. You did really well to stay in there with a couple of wins yourself.
Yeah, I walked into my dressing room and my team around me sort of said, you know, he's playing like Superman. You just can't do anything about it. So, yeah, it's just one of them things. You know, all the lads that are here are capable of doing that. It's just obviously doing it out there, and you know, he was absolutely incredible, and he's not got such a good record here for no reason, and he proved that, you know, in the first session.
But you're sitting there, aren't you, as a player yourself, you know how well you're in form, you know how well you're hitting it. You're just sitting there and thinking, well, you're doing your stuff at the moment, I'm going to do mine when it comes up, the opportunity comes up.
Yeah, it's just about sort of sticking in there, really. You know I've been practicing very hard. I've been hitting the ball as best as, you know, as I ever have, so it's just a matter of sort of being patient and just obviously, you know, not forcing it too much to come out and just sort of believing that it's going to come out, and, you know, obviously it did for me in the end there.
Take us back to last night. You're 8-5 behind, you're plumb on the black and 1 red left, and you have the biggest kick I've seen all season.
Oh.
He nicks the frame. Tell me how you're feeling then.
I'm absolutely livid. I cannot believe it. And to be honest, like, you know, in a best of 25, you sort of feel like there's sort of swings and roundabouts with good fortune, and I never felt like it really turned for me. I had to make it happen, and that was sort of, you know, the kick in the teeth. And yeah, I just had to sort of stay positive. I said to my team that I wanted 9-7 out of the session, so that was still achievable, and obviously I managed to do that.
But what a way to finish the match. Back-to-back centuries, that's the way to get over the line, isn't it?
Yes, I was just on autopilot. You know, I knew my cueing was there, everything was there, so it was just a matter of sort of staying in the present and taking the chance when it came.
That's very
I'll tell you what, this is your 4th consecutive quarter-final now, Kyron, and increasingly you look much more comfortable here at the Crucible. What's the key to a good run here, would you say, and what you learned over the last couple of years that's standing you in good stead?
I think it's just sort of familiarity, if I've pronounced that right. I just love coming here. I love my surroundings. I love Sheffield as a city. And yeah, it's just good fun. I actually enjoy the whole process of it, not only just the snooker. So it's just one of those venues that I settle in for some reason.
Apart from going to a restaurant and then sitting there thinking you're having a quiet time and I come and sit next to you.
I've had enough of you following me, John. We're Wagamamas again tonight, are we?
Other restaurants are available.
Yes, yeah. He's sitting there with his pals on a nice quiet one, and my 2 mates on the same table.
Refused to pay the bill, he did.
Nothing new there.
I tell you what was also lovely for you, Karen, you got your mum and dad here, and I know that your biggest fan, Finlay, will be somewhere possibly watching this. What will he be up to right now?
He's gone to his nan and granddad's caravan for the day. I think they've got quite nice weather in North Wales, so yeah, he's there with my wife. You know, my wife deserves a lot of credit as well. She, you know, as a snooker player, you don't see what goes on behind closed doors, and she's lifted me a lot lately. So yeah, that was nice for her to see her yesterday as well.
Absolutely. And we were just talking about the next match, Dave Gilbert, and this is a rerun of German Masters final. Interesting.
Yeah, it's you know, he's a fantastic player, probably one of the best cueists on tour. I sort of caught glimpses of him and Mark Williams, and he looked like he played really, really well. So it's going to be a very difficult game for me.
Okay, prepare well, and well done. What a match. We thoroughly enjoyed watching that one today, Karen. Well played.
Yeah, well done, mate.
All right.
Very good. Very good.
Well, we're going to get back to the other match between Zhou Long and Ali Carter shortly, but first let's take a breather and we'll get into the House of Frames with Richard Osman, which for certainly one of the pundits, a certain Steve Davis, is turning into something of a house of horrors.
Welcome along, everybody, to the grand final of this week's House of Frames. I've been joined all week by 4 of the greatest snooker players ever to play at the Crucible. Gentlemen, welcome back. It's been super tight, hasn't it? Steve, you have 5 points. We have 7 points each for JP and Sean Murphy. Ken, going into our final round, you're in the lead with 8 points. Someone at the end of today is going to take this home. The worst trophy in the history of both snooker and television quiz shows. Okay?
Correct.
House of Frames trophy. Also going to win yourself one of these lovely prizes here. There's a lovely snooker mug, a book of snooker poetry. There's a Dennis Taylor face mask as well. So all to play for. Gents, should we play our final round?
Yep.
It is Answer Smash. Okay, Answer Smash is always the final round on House of Games, so it is also the final round on House of Frames. Fingers on buzzers, everybody. Steve Davis. What I'm going to do is I'll show you a picture, and there'll be a clue after it. I need you to smash those two answers together for me, please. Okay? So you'll see a picture, you'll see a clue as well. So you have two answers, you need to smash the answers together. You'll see how it works as soon as we do the first one. Who is that, and who had a 1976 UK #1 single? That is Ken.
Oh, you had Matt Selt and Kiki D. Matt D?
Is incorrect, I'm afraid. Anyone else want to buzz in? So you say the first name. Yes, Steve.
Matt Selton John.
Matt Selton John is absolutely right.
Got it.
Actually, Matt Selton John and Kiki D, wasn't it? Don't go breaking my heart. But Matt Selt, Elton John, we smashed them together, and that's what we get. Well played, Steve.
You've seen this before, haven't you? You've done this before.
I know.
Well, I've seen Matt Selt before. Yeah.
What is the capital city of Canada? So who is that, and what's the answer? Steve.
Graham Dottawa.
Graham Ottawa becomes Graham Ottawa. Very well played.
Hey, you're coming up on the bright
It
side.
really is. Steve Davis is doing it. I mean, he usually does. Here's your next player and your next clue. Which 1985 cult zombie film was directed by George A. Romero? Ken.
Ryan, Day of the Dead.
It's the correct answer, Ken. Well done. Ryan Day of the Dead. Ryan Day of the Dead. Nicely done.
Got the right answer.
Here's your next category. Which British decathlete won Olympic gold in 1980 and 1984?
Cheers.
Yes, Ken.
I've got it.
Sorry, if you buzz in, you have to say it. John, you were next in.
Dominic Daly Thompson.
Dominic Daly Thompson. Well played, John. It is very, very close at the
Feel
top of
slightly
the
handicapped
leaderboard
on
now.
that question, I have to say. Like, I was only born in 82.
Whoa. Have you never heard of Daly Thompson?
I mean, I have.
Yeah, there you go.
Fair enough, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here's your next one. Which 1999 teen comedy film stars Jason Biggs as Jim Levenstein? You got this at home? We all know the player, right?
Yeah, but...
It's a film that starts...
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, but it's...
Shall I tell you?
Well, it's Bingham and American Pie, isn't it?
Sean?
Stuart Bing American Pie.
Stuart Bing American Pie. Yes, absolutely right.
Yeah, well done, John.
Oh, the end of it. Yeah, got it. And
Sort of that's on the sort of par with.
That was tenuous, wasn't it?
yeah, but that's,
Well
that's a
played,
bit
Sean.
moody, that one, isn't it?
That's tenuous. I'm taking it.
I like the
Yeah.
fact you knew both of them, but you couldn't put them together, though.
Well, that's just... I didn't get the smash
Tenuous
factor
another
there.
quiz show.
Go on.
Next one. On a traditional UK Monopoly board, which property is located? Yes, John.
Nigel Bond Street.
Nigel Bond Street. Very nicely played.
Winding my way down, Bond.
Gentlemen, it is the last question in the last round of this week's House of Frames. Someone is about to win the trophy. It is very, very close. Who is going to win?
gonna
It
be
could
Steve.
all come down to this final question. Good luck. Fingers on buzzers. Which song was a top 40 hit for Fleetwood Mac in February 1977? Sean.
Tony Drago, Your Own Way.
Is it Tony Drago, Your Own Way?
Oh, what?
It is. Well played.
You can Drago your own way.
Very good.
What a lovely end to a lovely week. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Shall we take a little look at our final leaderboard and find out who has won the House of Frames trophy? Well, I tell you, it was very close. It was very close. I'll tell you something else. In fourth place, Steve Davis with 7 points. But you picked up, remember at the start of the week?
I do remember the start of the week. It was
You do.
awful. I had nightmares.
Oh, a long time ago.
Sorry, Jan.
Gentlemen, so one of you three has won the trophy. And I'm sorry about that. But we've all seen how awful it is. But we don't know which one of you is because you have all got 9 points. All three of you. A three-way tie after a week of quizzing, which means we have one tie-break question. One final answer smash. Okay. Fingers on buzzers. If you buzz in and give me a correct answer, you are our champion. If you buzz in and give me an incorrect answer, however, you are out of the game.
Okay.
Okay? Gentlemen, it all comes down to this one question. Fingers on buzzers, everybody.
Okay. Things found in
Things found in snooker. That'll be the picture. There'll be a clue underneath. If you buzz in, give me a correct answer, you win. Black Coffee was a 2000 UK #1 for which all-girl group? That is John Parrott for the win.
Black All Saints.
It's not, I'm afraid. You haven't smashed it together properly. I mean, you've got both the answers.
Oh,
But it's not Black All Saints.
No, I've done it. Oh, come on, you must get this now. Come on.
I mean, he's literally
Can I have another go?
he's given you everything apart from one letter there. Ken.
Black Ball Saints?
Yep.
Black Ball, All Saints. Black Ball Saints, our winner, our champion on House of Frames. If you give it to Ken Doherty, very well played.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I don't know how many of the bookies would have had you as a favourite for this, Ken, but congratulations.
Well, it's been so long since I won a trophy. Thank you.
Gents, thank you so much.
Well played.
For not picking me.
Been an absolute pleasure all week, and what a finish with 3 players tied there on 9 points as well. Thank you so much. Thank you as well for watching at home. We're going to do this again next week with 4 more players. They won't be as good as you lot. I'm sure of it.
You say that to them as well next week, won't you?
What? Yeah, of course I will. I said you never guess weird. Only John Parrott. Thank you, gents. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for watching as well on the House of Frames.
Oh, little John was getting a bit twitchy there. There's a bit of banging on the fists there, John. You don't like it.
Scream up there.
I know, I'm a B away from being the champion. I wanted the Dennis Taylor mask.
I've just watched that back. I still didn't get the answer to the last question. I still didn't
Great
get
fun,
it.
though. That was really good.
Absolutely brilliant fun. It was good. We had a right laugh with the boys. Actually, some of the stuff went on the cutting room floor, which was very good.
Just as well.
It was excellent.
All right, well, we've got a whole new batch of quizzers next week, so we'll see how they get on. But hard lines, John, hard lines, and well done to Ken Doherty. Now, the serious business, we are back into it because last we saw that Zhou Long. Don't forget, it's his first time in the second round, only 21 years of age, and he's up against the uber-experienced Ali Carter, a 2-time finalist here. And Carter was fighting back the last time we saw it. Zhou would come in here with a 9-7 lead, but Carter won 3 in a row to lead once again. So we're going to pick them up. Frame 20, and it's back to Ken and Dennis.
Frame 20. Zhou Long to break. Settle
20th
down.
frame
Thank you.
in this last 16 match. 13 is the magical number. This is the last frame before the mid-session interval. Zhou Long to break off. Big frame, Dennis, for Zhou Long, isn't it? You know, just before the mid-session interval. Doesn't want to go too behind. Spoke at the top of this match when he went 1 behind yesterday, 7-6, after leading 5-1. Showed a lot of character and won the last 3 frames to lead 9-7 coming into this final session. If ever they needed a frame, it's certainly now you feel. He just lost his composure a little bit. Needs something just to get himself going.
Yeah, it seems to be doing that quite a bit, Zhou. When playing the safety shot, he seems to be catching the buck color full ball. Sometimes that happens to you. It's just a fraction out of getting the cue ball past the color and onto the cushion. And this be another
As quiet as possible, please.
Ali Carter special. Different player altogether now, Ali Carter. Bang full of confidence.
It's amazing what a frame can do, isn't it, Dennis? He was very frustrated in that first frame, very ragged. Looked like he was losing his cool and losing it a little bit. Zhou Long was getting on top of him. He's found a little bit of inspiration, and he's using his experience now. He's just has to wait in his chair, Zhou. Now let's see this black pot into this bottom corner pocket, bottom right-hand corner pocket.
6.
If it does, he can drop this red on, get on the black. Looks a bit tight from this angle. He's coming around to have a look at it. Oh, this is an excellent shot. That is very, very clever. There's a man showing signs of confidence playing shots like that. Just wondering, he's coming around to have a look again. It didn't go before the black, but after playing that little cannon, has he nudged the red slightly away from the black spot so it can pot this time? That shot tells us it does.
15.
Yeah, I think you can just catch the black first. If you hit the black and the red at the same time, it's a foul shot. But he had just enough room to hit the black. Now, has he covered this red? No, I'm looking at the body language. He's just marching around the table, so he must be on it. And clearly, as you can see, plenty of room there. Well, he's on his way to winning all 4 frames. From 9-7 behind. He wouldn't have expected to win all 4. He'd have been looking at winning the session 3-1. If you win all 4, it's a bonus. But every chance he could do that.
Yeah, just, he's got 5 reds in the open, hasn't he? And there's one more red. You can see it into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. The bottom one of the 6 below the pink pots as well, so that's 6 reds. So in effect, that means he doesn't need to bring any more into play.
38.
This is good stuff, Marty Carter.
39.
Bouncing around the table now. A lot more confident. Lovely cueist.
Yeah.
Nice to watch.
46.
A lovely touch. Pretty quick around the table. Average shot time just 24 seconds.
47.
Yeah, I forgot that he lost in the quarter-final last year to the world champion Mark Williams. Prior to that, he hasn't been past the second round since
54.
2012 when he got to the final and lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan 18-11, but he's a very experienced crucible player.
55.
Oh, he's going to finish a little bit twixt and between. Oh.
Touching ball. Please declare Colorado.
Well,
I'll have a guess what he's going to play next. I don't think he's going to pick the black, Dennis, do you?
Please.
Well, he's touching the blue, so that's a little bonus.
Blue ball, thank you.
You have to nominate the referee. If you don't nominate in this situation, it's a foul shot. Because he's touching the blue, the referee always says to the player, colour, please nominate. They'll who will be refereeing the final, Leo Scullion, this year. What an honour that'll be for the Scot.
Ali Carter, 55.
Yeah, good 55 break, but you can tell he's not happy. It's more of a grimace than a smile, that. And he wanted that cue ball right behind the green here.
With being 55 behind, I thought Zhou Yulong might have taken this red onto the right corner and maybe tried to slip around the black, but he is playing a safety. He doesn't want to push one over this left corner. He's coming up a bit short. I think he needs a mid-session interval now, Zhou Yulong, just to relax and maybe chat to a few of his friends and come out with the confidence he showed earlier in the match. Because at the moment, no use coming up short with your safety with Ali Carter. Certainly got his potting boots on again.
Eight.
Yeah, good pot on the black. Purposely sending the red up past the middle pocket and onto the cushion should he have missed it. Just putting it in a safe position. Needs one more red in colour. 63 points ahead. Possible 75 still remaining. Oh, good pot. Nicely judged. Cannon off the two reds. Excellent shot.
Yes, we've said it a couple of times, Ken. The opening frame in this session was a big turning point. Ali looked frustrated.
17.
Zhou Yulong had a couple of chances to win it and extend his lead to 3 frames. But since that frame, Ali Carter has sort of taken control of this match.
24.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And his opponent,
25.
He's got some thinking to do during the interval. I'm sure his manager, Victoria, has the academy that he plays in here in Sheffield. She'll be in his dressing room waiting for him, try and calm him down, give him a bit of confidence. Have a little chat with him. But he needs
30.
to get going. This match is slipping away. Red hasn't gone in, but I'm sure Zhou says that's enough, yes. So Ali Carter wins all 4 frames of this first session. He was 9-7 behind. He's now 11-9 in front of the young Chinese player, Zhou Yulong.
Thank you. Frame 21. Ali Carter to break.
I bet Ali Carter enjoyed his cup of tea at the mid-session interval, having won all 4 frames. And Zhou Yulong has got a chance here. But I'm just in line with the shot. He can take the pot on. Maybe he can just avoid canning into the black. A bit too thick and a long way short. But the blue may have come to his rescue here. Don't know if he can pass the blue. Might be able to. And the way he's been playing, now he can see enough of it. He's coming around to just check if the black's available. It's a confident Ali Carter at the moment. Look at the determination on that face. He's on fire at the moment. There's Ali Carter. This young 21-year-old just doesn't know what's hit him at the moment. It was all caused by that opening frame of this session that he should have won and opened up a 3-frame advantage. So he's got to sit there and hope that Ali doesn't score too many, because he only needs 2 frames to get through to the quarter-final.
Yeah, and you can't be leaving mid the distance pots like that for your opponent, particularly when he's on the ascendancy and full of confidence now. Black goes again into the left corner pocket. He'll be screwing back out for that.
9.
That's nice. Didn't intend that. Got a 2 kisses there for the price of 1. Let's have a look at this little cannon that he played here. Watch this. There's the first one. There's the second one.
Yeah, but when you're playing well, that's the sort of the little rub you get.
There's his cue pair here, Dennis. Watch this. Watch the cue ball. Excellent shot. He's got a red up into the yellow pocket. It's dead straight. He may elect to take that instead. He can play true for the blue, or he can screw back for the black. If it's dead straight, he may screw back for the black.
I don't think he's quite, well, maybe he's got the angle to screw back, looking at that picture there. No, it's through for the blue, as you said. Top spin. He's not missing much.
25.
Yeah, good shot. He's killing nicely now. And as I said, once he gets a bit confident, Dennis, you know, he's got that bounce in his step, hasn't he? Around the table.
It's always been the case with the game of snooker. When you get a bit of confidence up,
30.
It's a totally different game. It's a great feeling when you're out there and you're feeling like this. No better place to be. But not a great place to be when things are not going for you. He knows if he loses this frame, his back's right against the wall, but
38.
Listen, he played so well against Mark Allen. So he's far from done, but is he going to get the chance?
$39.
Once again, left himself a lovely angle on the black to go into the pack. Utilises cue power once again here. Got too much on it this time. Now has he got a... Watch the cue ball here. Look at the spin he generates on it. Acceleration.
He might just be able to cut one into the middle pocket. Once the referee gets the black spotted,
46.
he can cue. He's not hampered, and that red will cut. to the middle pocket. The one to the left of the blue will cut. Not that one, the one to the right of our picture there. He'll be heading towards the yellow. So not guaranteed good position. Oh, now then, has he got away with this? If he has got away with this, he is so lucky. And at first glance, I think everything's covering each other. Now, once he missed the pot, he would have expected to have left quite a few. And look where it's finished. All covering each other into the corner pocket there, by the looks of things. Look at that, all blocking one another.
Yeah, good weight of cue ball, tapping the table from his opponent, but that's all you can do. Try and leave it as close to the ball cushion as possible. This looks pretty good as well. Excellent return of safety, very good. Now somehow Zhou, Dennis, can get the cue ball down behind the yellow this time. It would block the path down the left-hand side and also down the right-hand side.
He's got to get it thin though, because the in-off's a natural. And he has done. And it's heading towards that yellow. Is it a little bit too pacey? Just a bit. There's an easy path back for Ali Carter. The one on the pink spot, he can get down off that, or the one to the right of the black can get down off that also. Might be in a spot of bother here if he can't pass the blue to get to that red near the pink spot. Well, he must be able to, because he's looking to see if the red will go in the left corner pocket. So he can see enough of the red to play the safety shot. If he cut the red in, that would be a bonus, but I don't think it goes past the other red. Well, it flicked off it. Needs a good kiss on the yellow, and that's not a good kiss. So let's have a look. A bit of good luck coming up here, flicking the red. A bit of bad luck, flicking the yellow.
Just gotta
green ball.
Well, he's gonna put the cue ball down behind the yellow here. Oh, he's a long way short.
Long? One.
Well, Ken, I don't know about you, but I would have tried to roll tight in behind the yellow.
Yeah, totally agree. Obviously doesn't like that shot. A little bit nervous, of course, as well, and those little roll-ups behind ball colours are always nervy little shots. You need a
At least the greens help the situation for Zhou Yulong here. There's a safety shot off that red to the right of the pink, but he'd have to be careful not to cannon into the green. So he's playing the one next to the black here. which Zhou Yulong won't mind. What a shocker that was. Because he was clear in the black there. I don't know why he would want to play that one. You know, 45 in front. You want to keep the black tied up.
Well, just watch his body language here. Watch his, you can't see it from this particular angle, but his arm goes up as if the cue ball drifted offline. Some of the players yesterday were complaining about cue ball drifting as well. But what it's done is given Zhou Yulong lifeline here, particularly to get back into this frame. 45 points before he came to the table behind.
Huge frame for the 21-year-old here. At 12-9 behind, and Ali Carter just needing one frame, he wouldn't have much of a chance, but if he could somehow pinch this frame, he'd be right back in it.
Nine.
I don't know if that red passes the green. If not, green wouldn't be a bad ball to get on. It's quite tight. Joe's just looking at it now. Just wobbled it a little bit, but safely in.
It's like a postman, wasn't it? Knocked 3 times. Now, you can play for green or black here.
So,
a couple of reds you can go on here. The red just to the right of the pink is a possible choice. You could into the right centre. You could also play the cannon into one of the reds near the left side cushion if he wishes. That's what he's tried to do, to try and bring that out. Didn't work out, but he's on another red into the right centre.
24.
Looks like he wants to take the one up into the corner. Just making sure of the angle and clearing his mind and making the correct decision. He may be able to play this in such a way that he can screw back. Well, he's going to follow through, so that'll bring the red on the cushion into play. No, not sure about that. He could have screwed that one back and he wouldn't have left anything had he have missed it. Might just have gotten away with this, but that was a nervous one. I thought he would play that screw back to the black and he couldn't really leave anything. As it's turned out, he's got away with it. Well, what's he eyeing up here? If it's a pot, it's very, very difficult. He's thought about it. No straightforward safety shot, but that is brilliant from the young man. That is brilliant, because look where he's put the cue ball. Even if he had missed that difficult red, 10 out of 10 for that. For the 21-year-old, I think it surprised Ali there.
Fantastic shot, wasn't it? Well worked out. That red, and it's given him a wonderful chance here. A few shots ago, there was a few reds safe there, Dennis, wasn't there, on the left-hand side cushion? Not anymore.
And what it might have done is just give him that lift in confidence that he badly needs. Not sure if he rolls the brown and it goes back on its spot. The red might not be available there. That's why he's back with the green.
Just wondering, will he try and get on the brown here now? If you get a nice angle on the brown, on potting this red, he can just drop the brown in and get the cue ball very close to these two reds around the pink.
Nice. All about the angle. If he could get anywhere near that other little white ball I've put up, look where he'd have a choice of a red to the right corner, one to the middle, but can he get there? Might be able to, you know, with a screw back off the green. He's looked at the green, he's looked at the brown. I don't know if he can slip past the reds into that spot I picked out. That'll do. He's got the one to the right corner.
13.
Will he hold for pink here or go down for the black? And this is the key shot. If he gets a nice angle on the black, which he has, key shot now. Land behind the red, just off the cushion. Take the red into the right centre.
It's near enough the same place where I had the white ball before.
Yeah.
A little bit short of pace, but he's still okay. Would have wanted to be just off straight this red, so he could just pot it and go up for possibly the brown or green.
Oh. 3 long, 21.
Well, would you believe it? Did all the hard work, and we saw a red from Ali Carter, I think it was in the very first frame, that did exactly the same thing. Hit the near jaw, hit the far jaw.
One.
There was just a little incident there where Zhou asked the referee just to move out of his way slightly. Leo wasn't in the correct spot there. Okay, maybe it wasn't the cause of missing the red, but it did take a little bit of concentration away.
6.
I mean, it's very tight here with the two tables. Not the easiest of jobs for the referee, but Zhou did ask him to just come the other side of him.
8.
I'd just be able to show you that here. Just watch Zhou just say, please, can you just come past me? Thank you. You don't need that.
Brown and blue required. Beautifully cued from Ali Carter. 15 points ahead. Blue will put him 20 points in the lead. His opponent will need 2 snookers, but I feel he won't be coming back to the table after this.
That's a huge frame in the context of this match. Ali Carter marching on. That's 5 in a row, and now he's just 1 frame away from beating the 21-year-old Zhou Long. 12-9.
Frame 22. Zhou Long to break.
He went out, Zhou Long, just to try and clear his head a little bit. He won't give up. Every frame completely different, and that's the beauty about snooker. We've seen so many players have come back from this position. It's a tall order, particularly when your opponent is starting to play so well.
Very interesting choice there from Ali Carter. If he had been behind, he would have taken that red on, but he's keeping things tight. Didn't want to risk leaving his young opponent in amongst them. This is going close to the corner pocket, but it's just going to pull up, yeah. Played that with quite a bit of safety in mind. But it shows you how tight the crucible is when there's 2 tables. Just watch Ali here as the white pulls up. He just raises his hand to let Zhou pass to get to the seat. It was a bit tight last year when Ali and Ronnie O'Sullivan were giving each other the shoulder charges.
Good opener. Excellent pot to the right centre. Just landed on the balk line, which is not too bad. The screen is still on. And I feel he's got to take it on into the top left-hand corner pocket. Came down to have a look. Was there anything available near the black? If not, the red left of the pink spot is on. No. Well, he was up off that shot straight away. And his confidence is completely shot now.
Yeah, as you said, Ken, he was walking round the table. He knew he hadn't potted that, and he's put Ali Carter right in amongst them here. It's amazing how one frame can turn a whole match around. Can we go back to the opening frame of this session, and he risked a longish pot, left one near the middle pocket, and he hasn't really been in the match since then.
Yeah, completely agree. A few chances in that opening frame for both players, and he had Ali on the ropes, and he was getting very frustrated. He had him exactly where he wanted him, but just didn't convert the opportunity. And he's been paying the price ever since. Top red of those two, the one directly above the black.
7.
Obviously pots into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. You see it, just getting the cue ball clean. Be pushing the cue ball through and try and stay low on the black. We can just play a little delicate cannon now on the red just above the black to the right. Well, played the cannon into the pack and held for that red into the right corner. Not a bad choice either.
16.
Well, there's still, let's have a look, there's still at least 3 comfortable reds available for Ali Carter here. He's cueing beautifully now, he really is.
23. $24.
I'm sure there'll be an interested spectator watching this match. He's waiting on the winner, Gary Wilson, who had a fabulous win against Mark Selby, world number 2, who was world number 1 for over 4 years. That was some win for Gary. He will play the winner of this. And there's still a couple of reds that are available. The one to the right of the pink. Got a good angle on the black, but they're not a good pack of reds to cannon into just yet. So he might wait for the opportunity. Yeah, just tell by his body language he was thinking, I might not go into them this time. Probably the correct choice there, Ken.
Yeah, he played it well, because there's also another red just below the pink to the right as well. That if he landed short on that red, he could have had the lower red. He's going to need one more split, I feel, Dennis, to win this match from this visit. And again, purposely playing low on the black. Nice angle. doesn't want to screw into the pack. He could just stun it. So the cue ball doesn't come back off the pack, back towards the right-hand side cushion. So just a stun, but uses cue par. There you see the stun. Didn't hit it hard enough.
Yeah, he didn't get that spin that he didn't want to get too much screw on it, otherwise he'd have come away from the pack, and in the end he didn't quite get enough spin on it, as you said, and that could be the end of break. And it's a useful 46 points advantage.
Wants to avoid taking the red off the right-hand side cushion. You know, he wants to keep that there as a little bit of insurance, particularly when you're nursing a 46-point lead. And that's why he took the red just below the pink and try and get
after
that.
47.
But what he has done, he sort of sacrificed a little bit of the safety, the cue ball. Should have been past the brown, close to this ball cushion. He's left a half chance for Zhou. This may be his last chance, Dennis.
It's now or never for the 21-year-old Chinese player, has to be said. He put everything into this pot. Just making sure if he takes it on that he'll get onto the black. That is essential.
Great shot. Excellent pot. It's a wonderful pot under pressure. Now, what sort of angle has he got? Come off the top cushion, side cushion. Try and land on the red into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. Nicely on the red. Good, very good positional shot. We can bring the other red into play here, the one that's very close to this one that he's potting. There you see it. That's in play. Nice angle on the black. Almost hit the reds simultaneously there.
Yeah, if anything, it looked like he hit the other red first, but still managed to pot
16.
The one he intended.
Oh.
Wow.
Go you long, 16.
He can't believe he's missed that. It's amazing what can be missed out there in the Crucible Theatre when you're under pressure. Theatre of dreams, it's known as. Sometimes, theatre of nightmares.
You have to feel a little bit for Zhou. He's played so well in this championship. He really has. He's just come up a little bit short in this session, but that's all. But if he does go on to lose this match from this position, there's a lot to be taken out of it. And he should be back for many more tilts at this wonderful championship. Not that, I have no doubt.
in between frames on the next table, but at the moment, Ali Carter won't be hearing any of that noise, fully focused at clinching a quarter-final place here. But what's he done there? Goodness gracious me. What has he done with the cue ball there?
Well, even players with a 12-9 lead can feel the pressure here, trying to run through with the cue ball.
12. And what a test he's faced with now, the long red that's to the left of the yellow. He's been knocking all sorts in, but I wonder, after playing that poor positional shot, can he knock this in? Has that affected the situation? Find out in a second. Wow, amazing. And if that bounces off the cushion,
Ali Carter, 12.
all of a sudden, the 21-year-old Chinese player who was sitting in his seat thought it's all over. But not just yet.
Well, it's amazing what can happen out there. I mean, all he had to do was just stun the pink in just for the red left of the pink spot, or even roll the pink in for the second red.
Yeah, he was thinking, I'm in the quarter-final, and
one.
But that little careless shot in, he can't now believe that he's done that.
Quick check at the scores. He's 41 points behind, so plenty of points on the table after potting this brown. Ooh. Nicely on this blue. That key red on the right hand side of the table next to the cushion. Could be the value ball in this frame.
Six.
Bit short of pace, but he has a nice angle on this black. Didn't intend to leave this angle. Cut the black in. He can try and move the red from the right hand side cushion. It's got a nice angle off two cushions. Black's in. Has he hit the red? Oh!
He's unlucky because he could hit the other red. As we show you this attempt to slip round the back of the red was very unfortunate. And I was just about to say he can hit the other red, but he's hampered with a pink. So everything went wrong. Well, he's looking up at a few of his friends, and a big smile from Zhou. He is a delightful lad. I was talking to him up in the Champions Lounge a few times. I'm a big fan of this young player.
When he takes this red on, Dennis, does he play it to try and bring the other red out as well at the same time? Cue ball will go very close. The cue ball will go close. No, didn't attempt it. Put too much side spin. But got a good pot. And can certainly put his opponent in trouble. Natural angle was the cue ball going towards that red. Now what does he do here, Dennis? Does he roll up behind the yellow, or does he play the green, get the green off the cushion?
I think
play the brown.
Yeah, a good snooker is what he needs here. Tight behind the brown.
Very long, 14.
I mean, it wasn't a bad call to move the green, but I don't think he could have got the snooker had he have brought the green off the cushion.
It's a natural angle off, just to miss the yellow off the side cushion and try and rest on this red. The problem is it's a little bit away from the cushion.
And as we've seen with Zhou, he went round the back of the red, so if he went round the back of the red, Ali could, but not if he goes across the table as Ken suggested. A little bit of side needed to miss the blue here. create the angle. There's the side. He's missed the blue. Beautiful escape. And that was nice to see. His young opponent came to the table and tapped the table in appreciation of that escape.
Yeah, good hit, but not only good hit, it's not straightforward to play a good safety shot from here. Red very close to the right-hand side cushion. If he tries to come off the side of it, he could double kiss it.
And if he takes the risk of sending the red around the angles, he could send it into the black. I mean, it's a cocked hat shot that we call, where you go around the back of the black and the red would finish up near the ball cushion behind the pink. So don't blame him for taking a bit of time over this. The only thing when you're close to the ball like this, if you play that escape route, sometimes the red takes a slightly different angle, so he's not going to do that. He's left a gap. You've got to get the object ball safe. In that situation there, make sure that the red's safe, even if you can't get a snooker. He tried to get the snooker, and that might be his last shot in this year's Betfred World Championship. Oh, it's not. And look where the red's going. And Ali gives the table a slight headbutt, as we'll see here. Watch Ali. Not too hard, yeah. Ding Zhou did that earlier, and he left a red mark on his forehead for the rest of the frame.
Just look where the red is finished up, Dennis. He's got a nice angle on the red. He can bring that difficult grain off the ball cushion. Needs a bit of pace in this cue ball, though, to get it back up for a ball colour. Got the double kiss, and he's okay. He's perfect. Wow. Well, do we have another twist in this match?
He had to get on a colour off that, otherwise he'd only been able to draw. And Ali looked a little bit annoyed with himself there. Yellow will come back up, and it looks like a perfect angle just to roll the yellow in.
3.
And leave a nice easy green to get to the brown.
Five.
Well, what a turnaround in this frame.
Pressure on every single pot now for this young player.
Yeah, he's got to get the right side. He can do nothing but just wait and see, will he get another shot. Got to get the right side of the blue here. Doesn't want to be straight. And he is straight.
That's the last thing he wanted. As you can see, he's right on the blue line, so all he can do is just push the white through. And an awful long way to travel
70.
now to get on the black, Ken.
Yeah, there's pressure on this, Dennis. Lots of top spin. Just getting on his thoughts, getting himself together. This is a big shot. How's the cue ball? It's gone a little bit far, has it? It's gone a little bit far. It's not ideal. Bit of adrenaline. Wow, what a tough pot to leave yourself.
Settle down now, thank you.
Well, he's having the cue ball cleaned. I think if he hits it thin enough, he won't go in off to the right middle pocket, but what a shot he's faced with here. What a test for the 21-year-old.
Well, he's got to commit to this, Dennis. Don't try and play it too hard. Don't worry about the cue ball. Just commit to the pot. Pick a line and commit to it. This is to keep yourself in this year's World Championship.
He's overcut it.
Oh.
And the cue ball is going to be tight on the cushion, but
long. 23.
he was inches away from winning the frame. This was a tough cutback. It's a great comeback from Ali Carter, and he gives it a little fist pump, and there's his young opponent applauding him. That's nice to see. Zhou led 5-1, had a chance to go 6-1 up, and Ali Carter in the end runs out a reasonably comfortable winner at 13 frames to 9.
Ali, what a comeback from 5-1 down and then 6 frames in a row. That was class.
Yeah, it was a bit sticky there at so massive here, you know, to get over the line at the end. But yeah, delighted with my performance today. You know, he played such a good match. He's such a good match player, you know. He walks around the table as if he doesn't care, and you know, his safety had me in all sorts of trouble all day yesterday. But delighted with, you know, I said I'll give Peter Ebdon a call before I went out there today, and I just said to him, I've got to produce something special today to win, and he just said, yeah, you have, so go and do it.
And I guess you knew that it was going to be a really tough ask when you got your nose in front for 7-6, and then he won the last 3 of the session. He just didn't give up, did he?
No, in all fairness, I think yesterday he done well to go 9-7 in front. I nicked a couple of ridiculous frames, a clearance down to the black, and I got 2 snookers for a respot, and he went in off on the respot. But I think I ran out of steam yesterday a bit, ran out of chuff. You know, so I was disappointed to go 9-7 behind because I felt like I'd done the hard work to get back into the match, and then to give the lead back was very frustrating. But today I was determined. I knew it was win-lose time today, and I went out there and produced.
You seem so fired up this year, as much as you were last year when you beat Ronnie at this stage. There just seems to be such an intensity about you here. It's just amazing to see.
Well, if you say so, a few people have said that about me this week. I've got a good intensity. I'm out there giving it my all. It's the World Championships, and delighted to be in another quarter-final. And we'll give the next match a crack tomorrow.
I guess in a way, you know, you've been coming here now for 17 years. You know in your heart you're good enough to win it. You've come up against Ronnie twice in the final. You're desperate to show people that when you retire, you want to be able to say you were a world champion.
Of course, I mean, that's what we all play for. At the end of our career, we can say, you know, I was world champion one day. You know, I've won tournaments and I've come very close. I've made a maximum here, which is a great achievement as well. But that's missing off my CV, and, you know, I'll be trying my hardest to put that right over the next week.
It's been a long time. You first made the quarters back in 07, and bearing in mind all the stuff you've been through away from the table with your illnesses, it's a credit to you that you're still here and you're still in with a chance. Do you think back in 07 you would have believed that you would still be making quarterfinals 12 years later?
Probably not halfway through that period when I was obviously diagnosed. You know, it was, you know, looking back now, it's amazing that I'm still here, and you know, it's a testament to my fight. And you know, some that rubs some people up the wrong way, but it's just, you know, with what I've been through in my life, it's the only way to keep, you know, keep fighting.
Does it make you a more dangerous opponent that you have dealt with so much away from snooker, that you've got a fire, you want to make the most of every second, and you're not frightened of big opportunities?
No, I mean, you know, it's hard. We do a lot of travelling. There's a lot of tournaments that we play in now, which are new tournaments that have got no sort of previous history. And this tournament's like Wimbledon, you know, it's the one everyone wants to win. And, you know, we can all say, oh, we won a tournament here, or we won that, but which is great, you know. But this is the home of snooker, and to have this on my CV would be massive.
3 matches to go. Well done today.
Cheers, thanks.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Cheers.
He is an extraordinary player and an extraordinary person, he really is. 6 frames in a row, as Rob was saying there, and you get the feeling that that last session in a best of 25 frames match was just a bridge too far for Zhou Yulong.
Yeah, I was very impressed with him. I've been since his first session against Mark Allen when he was 7-2 ahead of him. His match play, for somebody at the age of 21, he is way up the ladder compared to... I mean, at 21, I was as green as Corporation Paint. This boy knows his way around snooker. This boy knows his way around a snooker table. I was very, very impressed with his cue ball control, his application. It's just a session too far. He's just weakened near the end. But well done, Ali Carter.
Well done, Ali Carter. You've got to say, into a 6th career quarter-final here, and we heard all of his achievements in this wonderful place. What shines through for you about this man?
It's just his heart. You could hear there in his interview, he gives everything so much, gives it 100%. It means so much to us all. But, you know, I think with what Ali's been through off the table, he's talked very publicly about his health problems. You know, the fight that he's shown to come through that. Game of snooker's nothing like, you know, but he just gives it so much. He's got bundles and bundles of heart. And you can see it on everything he does.
I'll tell you what, when he comes up against Gary Wilson in the next round, we know that one of them is going to be a qualifier in the semi-finals. But I think he's going to look at his scoring rate. He's not made a century so far. Does that concern you, despite the fact that he's had 10 half-centuries in that match?
You'd like to see more centuries, but what you'd also like to see is more 70s and 80s. That's what you've got to be doing to win in one visit. It just takes a bit more pressure off you. And with Gary Wilson, he has definitely got somebody who is at the top of his game and is a really good match player. He's going to get a lot more of what he got with Yulong.
He's going to make his experience count, surely, Sean, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd be looking to, you know, get through to that one-table setup.
OK, well done, gentlemen. It's been an absolutely fascinating afternoon. And it's not finished yet, because from 7 o'clock this evening, 2 more edge-of-the-seat sessions to come in our remaining second-round matches. Now, one of the big title favourites, Judd Trump, needs a big finish this evening if he's to overturn a 7-9 deficit against fellow runner-up here at Ding Junhui. Whilst in the Battle of the Champions, it's anybody's guess. They're locked at 8-all. John Higgins or Stuart Bingham are going to emerge to go on and face Neil Robertson in the quarters. Seema will be with you from 7 o'clock for that here on BBC 2. But what an afternoon we have all shared. Thank you very much to these gentlemen. We all love a Crucible comeback, and we've had 2 thanks to Carter and Kyron. Bye-bye.